evening and welcome to the January 12th pre-meeting. City Manager, is there a staff presentation for the discussion on weekly legislative calls?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. With us is Aaron Ferreter and Teresa Boko. I'll turn it right over to you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm Aaron Ferreter, Policy and Budget Manager.
Teresa Boko, Policy and Budget Coordinator. Good to see all of you again. So last week, during the session to review the legislative policy statement, staff received feedback from City Council regarding the Monday morning weekly legislative call. Based on City Council's feedback, in coordination with the city's state lobbyists, and as indicated in the City Manager's January 9th email, staff is proposing that 8:30 to 9 a.m. Monday morning virtual legislative briefings will be an open public meeting for participation by all or any members of City Council, and will be recorded so it can be reviewed later if a City Council member wishes to do so. We are prepared to implement this. We just want to check and see if Council is comfortable with this approach.
Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, well, we will, staff will provide more details as we get everything set up, and the first meeting will take place on January 26th.
Perfect. And one moment, Councilor Ireland, did you have anything?
Oh, sorry.
No, thank you, though.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. With that, we will move on to council reports. And if we have enough time, I'm going to suggest that we get our executive session in our pre-meeting as well, if we end up fitting that in. So Councilor Azadi?
None.
Okay.
No report.
Thank you.
No report.
Excellent.
I'll make it fast. Dr. Cog, they highlight, they went over their regional housing needs assessment, and we should have gotten all the communities that participated in the housing needs assessment for Dr. Cog. That was approved, so we should have been notified that we're meeting our fulfillment for the housing needs assessment requirements. They are moving into a housing strategy, which is really exciting. So they are looking at a lot of different communities like the Puget Sound area, Portland, South Bend, Indiana randomly, but just looking at regional efforts regarding housing strategies. So they're going to be floating some ideas to their advisory groups over the next 6 weeks, kind of then coming up with some recommended strategies and floating those later in the summer. So good for us because we can only just learn from that, and hopefully it'll maybe come up with some ideas around some regional funding options. So yeah, more to come on that. Okay. I'll keep it short, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Ireland?
So I did go to the legislative transportation meeting in Boulder. The governor talked about a lot of passenger rail in the mountains. They're going to expand that. The only rail they're going to be able to do in the Front Range is from Denver to Fort Collins, 3 routes with the money that they have. Fast tracks is totally dead. They're not planning on doing any more fast tracks. They don't have the money or the will with all, I guess. They are going to head with a passenger rail, three a day from Fort Collins to Denver. And that's all I know about that. And also, they want a ballot measure this fall to raise taxes for the rest of it. Anyway, that's it.
I will just add to that we do have a strategy session for Front Range Passenger Rail on the 29th of this month. So hopefully there'll be more coming out of what the strategy will be for going to get ask for a tax or any other funding for the FRPR, Front Range Passenger Rail.
Okay. And no report for myself. That makes it only 6:34, and we do have an executive session post-meeting. Do we believe we can move that up to our pre-meeting?
I think we could if there's consensus on council. And if council's willing, the executive session that's titled is for consultation with the city attorney regarding the Colorado Supreme Court case 24 SA 276 in Ray People v. Camp for legal advice pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C3 and Colorado Revised Statute 2464024B.
Thank you. Let's go around the room and I'll call your name and see if we agree to go into exec session. Counselor Azadi?
Yes. Yes, if it goes too long, do we just take it up after?
I'd recommend, that a hard stop at 7 to get your agenda underway. But yes, if needed, we can always resume after the meeting.
Yes.
Given that, yes.
Jack Johnson, yes.
Sarah Nermella, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes. Christine? Counselor Ireland?
Counselor Iron, yes. Do I need to go on the other link to do this, or can I just stay on this one?
You'll need to go on to the other link, the one that's labeled pre-meeting.
Okay. All right.
If I could,
I go on the executive session link, is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you. All right.
one quick question before we pause this pre-meeting. Pursuant to council's rules, remote participation in an executive session requires a supermajority, a 2/3 vote of the city council. And Mayor, if you wouldn't mind polling your colleagues just to see if there's any objection, because I think if there's no objection to Councilor Ireland participating remotely, you would have satisfied that code provision.
Thank you so much. Let's go around the room and vote on Councilor Ireland's remote participation.
Yes, she can.
Adam Barajas, yes.
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 No.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
With that, we conclude our pre-meeting and we will meet upstairs, I believe is the plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then we will meet at the dais at 7.
That's the most seamless way to make sure it doesn't burn.
Councillor Ireland, can you hear me? Councillor Ireland, can you hear us? Councillor Ireland, can you hear us now? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to Westminster City Council meeting of January 12th, 2026. Please stand and join us in the pledge. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Please remember that our meetings are governed by the rules of decorum, and those are posted inside the chamber doors. We ask all attendees to maintain a respectful environment. No disruptions, threats, or audible expressions of support or opposition are permitted. Signs and placards are prohibited, and all attendees must remain seated in designated areas. If you wish to speak during public comment, please sign up in the lobby. Sign up closes at 7:15. City Clerk, will you please call roll call?
Councillor Barajas.
Here.
Councillor Carmelia.
Present.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Councillor Hott. Councillor Ireland. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here. Thank you. Do I have a motion to excuse Councillor Hott?
I move to excuse Councillor Hott.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. And can we do a voice vote?
Quick question. If there could be a friendly amendment, the charter requires that a reason be offered for absences. So if Councillor Hott is absent as a result of illness, I think that would just be part of the motion.
Councillor Johnson, would you like to amend your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to excuse Councillor Hart due to illness.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Can I get a vote? Voice vote. Okay. Voice vote. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Any opposed? Okay, and then do I have a motion to allow Councillor Ireland to be remote this evening? Yes.
Exactly. Thank you for that. That's what I was asking.
Councillor Azadi?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Do I have a motion now to approve the minutes? Councillor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the special City Council meeting of December 13, 2025, and the City Council meeting of December 15, 2025, as presented.
Mayor Pro Tem Dermello?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, let's move on to presentations. There are no presentations this evening, and so we will be moving on now to public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address City Council on any issues or items pertaining to city business, except those for which a formal public hearing is scheduled. This evening, 3 public hearings are scheduled. If you are here to speak about one of those items, please hold your comments until that item is called. During public comment, each speaker will have up to 3 minutes for their comments. Staff will follow up with questions and outstanding issues. City Clerk, would you please report the number of email and voicemail comments received and the number of individuals signed up to speak this evening?
I apologize. There was 1 email received, 1 voicemail, and we have 2 people signed up to speak. And the first speaker is Angela Wright. There are 4 people signed up to speak. The first speaker is still Angela Wright.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Can you speak directly into the mic? Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of Highland Meadows HOA. They're concerned about the Toll Brothers building their homes over by us. We've had some flooding in several of our homes. Toll Brothers said that they would be responsible. They've chosen to back out on that agreement. We have spoken to Jacob Kaza here and also Heather Hostetter, I think is her last name, if I'm saying it correctly. She said that that was kind of left on the homeowners to take care of with their insurance companies. I'm going to present that they would like for you all to consider some sort of city ordinance, since they're building within the city, for future building, that the builders have to be responsible. If they cause the problem, they should have to be responsible for the damage. Some of our families were having to be out of their home. They also had to move a bunch of their stuff out and lost a bunch of their stuff. Their homeowners insurance only paid 80% of that. Some of them have cracks in their foundations now, which is pretty common, but these are brand new ones. So they've asked me to come here and speak with you and ask you to consider possibly doing a city ordinance and making them post a bond in case there are any issues with homeowners. And that's pretty much what they've asked me to do. My second concern is the building of possibly the senior center. We are already losing a lot of our wildlife because of the building that's going on around us. And we just don't know where that's going to end up. I think we do need to consider the wildlife that's been here for many, many years and take that into consideration before we continue to authorize all of this building around us. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Pegg.
Hello, Council. My comment's going to be short. I just want to say thank you for getting the disc golf course put back at Westminster City Park. I got to play it for the first time 2 weekends ago. I had a great time. I used to, when the disc golf course was missing, I used to have to bike down to Arvada to play at a, I'm not super good at the sport, so to play at a different course, and that also meant that I was like spending my money on lunch down there instead of here in Westminster. So thank you for bringing it back.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Lampo.
Hello to everyone. Hello to Westminster. It's good to be in front of you again. Hope everybody's holidays were enjoyable. It's 2026, and God wants us to know Him because we don't. This year will be another year to remember. The spiritual battle still wages on. God has already defeated our enemy, and we are blessed to be living in these incredible times. I'm Tom Lampo, and I'm here to lift Westminster up to the Lord in prayer. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, I lift up everyone here in Westminster to you. You are the God of all. You created all living things, and we give you all praise, glory, and honor. We invite you here to be with us at this Westminster City Council meeting and to walk with us wherever we go. We have strayed far from you. Forgive us. We don't know you, and you want us to know you. Your word tells us who you are, and in Exodus 20, verse 3, it states, "You shall have no other gods before me." Your word is clear. You desire complete devotion, nothing before you. We fall short in this. Guide us in our devotion to you. Give us the helper you promised to guide us in placing you first in our lives. Father, we lift up to you all those who are serving on Westminster City Council. Your word provides attributes our leaders should possess. You tell them to be strong and courageous, to have integrity and humility. Leadership is a gift from you. So make our leaders into the leaders you want them to be. Transform their lives into servants and instill in their hearts Philippians 2:3, which states, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves." True leaders understand humble strength. Instill this in them, and let your word in Philippians 2:3 guide their every decision. You are our God, and we are your people. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys. Have a nice night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Fenimore.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, Jody, Barb. New year, got a lot of new things to start tackling this year and working on to help the community out, so glad to see all my favorite people and staff are here. And so at any rate, I stopped by the water treatment plant a couple of weeks ago and met the superintendent down there, Dave, with PCL, and asked him how things were going. And that turned into quite the dump over there with concrete and tree branches and everything you can imagine. So still, it was interesting to find out that even though they're doing a city project, they had to get a permit to move all that trash before they could move it. So that's good to know that city's holding them accountable and they have to go through the same ropes as the rest of us. So that was good to find out, even though it's holding them up. So maybe don't know if they got their permit or not, but they're ready to move dirt. And then also, hope you all had a great holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And I know time's flown. It seems like it was a year ago that we were here, and here we are again. Westminster's a great city. I know that the city and the residents took and voted to approve the sales tax, so that got kicked in at the first of the year, from what I understand. So far, it hadn't bankrupted me, so I'm still able to buy my rice and beans. And then Jack, welcome aboard. Adam, welcome aboard, buddy. That's all I have for you guys tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Craig Russell.
Hello, thank you very much. I appreciate you council being here, taking the time as always. I wanted to also acknowledge that some counselors had attended one of the ad hoc meetings that we had, and I wanted to thank them and let everybody know that that really speaks to their character to take the extra time above and beyond to attend the meetings that their staff is in that's supposed to be engaging the public, and go out and take the time to actually meet with people and really dig down and understand what's going on with the systematic inspections here in the city of Westminster. They're trying to get that in front of the council to be voted on without the true participation of the citizens that they're claiming that they have. So I'm glad that some staff took time to get there, and that they're really going in and taking the time to understand it before it just gets blanketly passed by whatever staff says they think it should be. But I also wanted to talk to you about the water rates. Again, I've spoken about this several times, and it's a new year and we got new rates. And we were told specifically by the water department, that they were going to look at trying to even it out or make it equitable for people who live in apartments to not have to pay 3 times the rate that everybody else does. We pay the highest tier rate for the first drop of water and every drop of water that we use after that. Same rate that someone that's used well over 40,000 gallons would pay on their highest tier, we pay starting with the first drop of water. So why the poorest people, probably the least educated, they're less likely to vote for people, have to pay the highest percentage over everyone else? I do not understand how we could ever call that fair and equitable. Just because you rent doesn't mean that you should have to take on a higher burden than anybody else. I don't see how that would be fair. So again, on the water, they've done a couple things. The other thing that they did is they said, hey, if you use your water for 3 months, we're going to go ahead and base your sewer bill on that, and we're going to charge you the next 12 months at that rate. But they only charged 9 months at that rate, because at the beginning of the year, they raised it again. So they lied to us on charging the same amount for 12 months. So I would like that to be postponed, the increase, until the actual rate adjustment comes out in April, so that you only get 1 increase in your bill instead of 2. Instead of 1 in January and a second one in April, you only get 1. And that way we would be in integrity with charging the full 12 months as we claimed we would. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the final speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers. City Manager Andrews, do you have a report this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a brief report. First, I would like to thank our speakers for coming forward tonight for public comment period, and our staff will always follow up directly with you if you've requested a follow-up, and we'll make sure that any issues raised, even if a follow-up wasn't requested, that we will make sure to follow up on those as well. All right, next slide, please. By way of update, most of you will be aware that next Monday is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the city's administrative offices will be closed on that Monday, January 19th, and that also means that there is no meeting of City Council that night. So there is no meeting of City Council next Monday. Next slide, please. This is a city update, and I want to give folks an opportunity to weigh in on the naming of the city's newest park. That's at our downtown Westminster location, currently referred to as Downtown Center Park. We asked our community to provide name ideas for that park, and those have come in, and we have quite a few of those. Those are now up to be voted on by our community members. And so if you're interested in weighing in on what that new park may be named, go to our website, westminsterco.gov, and then go /Downtown Westminster Center Park. The naming contest, so you can weigh in until January 23rd, so you have a couple more weeks, or one and a half more weeks, and then the top names will then be brought forward to City Council for City Council's consideration. I also want to update the community that the park's pathways are now accessible and open. Even though the park itself is not fully open, we have opened those pathways so people can start to benefit from those. There will be a grand opening of the whole park in May, and more details on that will be coming for that opening. Next slide, please. We have I have two slides on tonight's agenda. It is a full agenda this evening. We've already dealt with City Council the verbal discussion regarding the weekly legislative calls. So that was handled in pre-meeting. And then for City Council meeting tonight, I have two items of information only nature in the packet for public information. The first one is an update on the implementation of our Paramedics and Pavement 3H ballot initiative, and that was referred to by one of our speakers tonight. I also have an update on our area-specific management plan process for the Westminster Hills open space, dog, off-leash, natural area. So that is an update on the process and where we're at. Last week marked the kickoff of our stakeholder advisory group, more detailed and more hands-on work. So I want to thank all of the volunteers who've stepped forward from our community to work with us to make that the best possible area-specific management plan that we can produce for our community. Under consent agenda tonight, there are 7 items. And then under public hearings, as the mayor noted, we do have 3 public hearings this evening. The first of those public hearings is regarding Councilor's Bill number 2, and that's a comprehensive plan amendment for the former Zerger Elementary School site. That's the first hearing tonight. The second hearing is consideration of a PDP and ODP amendment for the Summit Point at Briar Heights subdivision, filing 2. And the third public hearing this evening is for the third amended PDP for Interchange Business Center, filing number 1. That's at West 136th Avenue, and that is the Walmart cell tower. Next slide, please. Also on the agenda tonight, there are 2 new business items. The first is first reading of Councilor's Bill number 1, so the first of the year. That is regarding groundwater requirements for the Pillar of Fire, and that's filing number 1. And the second is first reading of Councilor's Bill number 3, and that's a lease agreement with Fit Physical Therapy Professional at our City Park Fitness Center. And finally, under post-meeting study session tonight, there are 2 items. The first is discussion of boards and commissions, and I think the mayor may have a suggestion on that item, time permitting. And the second executive session we did deal with City Council in pre-meeting, so that has already happened. So the meeting, that executive session has now been concluded. Next slide, please. This week on Tuesday, so tomorrow, January 13th, there is a Planning Commission meeting, and that is at City Hall from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., and that will depend on City Council's direction tonight. On Wednesday, January 14th, there is a public meeting, or a meeting that's open to the public, and this is a very significant development, and that's the Kaiser North Medical Office Building redevelopment project, and that is at 11245 North Huron Street. If you're interested at all in what's happening at the Kaiser North Center, that meeting starts at 5:30 p.m. We also have a youth advisory panel meeting here at City Hall on Wednesday, and that starts at 6 p.m. On Saturday this weekend, January 17th, our fire department professionals are offering another free car seat clinic for our community that will occur at Fire Station number 2, so that's 9150 Lowell Boulevard. And if you do want to come by and get professional advice as to the correct and safe installation of your child's car seat, please do call ahead and make an appointment because sometimes they do get quite busy. 303-658-4500 to schedule that appointment. Also this weekend on Saturday at our downtown Westminster location is part of our downtown Westminster activation series, and that is Yin Yoga presented by Lift 24. That will be right at the Origin Hotel in the ballroom from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And finally, as I've mentioned, Martin Luther King Day Jr. Is on Monday the 19th, and so the administrative offices will be closed. The next meeting of City Council will be actually on Monday, January 26th. Next slide, please. Next slide. And finally, as always, please do use our Access Westminster app or go to our website, westminsterco.gov/Access Westminster, if you want to file a request, complaint, or concern. We'll get to that right away. That's an app that's very useful. You can also phone us during business hours, 303-658-2400. Check out our website for a lot of information that you may have, that you may be looking for, westminsterco.gov. And finally, I want to make sure that our community is aware that the City of Westminster now has a government transparency portal, and that's on our website, westminsterco.gov/903/transparency, and that is where you can track every dollar that comes into the city and where every dollar is spent in this city. And so if you have any questions, there's a lot of material. Again, it tracks every one of our dollars for you in a very transparent way. Next slide, please. That was my last one, so that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the city manager? Okay. Council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are for the city manager based off of some of the public comments. So thank you for your public comment this evening. And so I am, Manager Andrews, interested to hear maybe some of the circumstances around the Toll Brothers impact and whether or not there's any recourse the city has with respect to their taking accountability. At least to analyze whether they are accountable. And then I just, with the comment regarding the water rates and our multifamily developments paying the commercial or units paying the commercial rate, wasn't that part of our water rate study that's coming up? Like, aren't we doing a water rate study, and that specific component we're going to be studying its impact to our overall model?
Thank you for the questions, Mayor Pro Tem. On the first one regarding the Toll Brothers, I've asked staff to look into that matter and provide me with a full report on what has happened out at that site and what some possible next steps are. So I do want to thank the HOA representative for coming in and presenting that in public forum. That is very far from ideal, and staff will investigate and provide a report to me. Secondly, on the water rates, Mayor Pro Tem, you are correct that we are reviewing as part of our cost of service study, which is actively underway, how businesses that run rental properties are billed for water, and that's, I believe, what our speaker was referring to, that those are billed at the commercial water rate because they are commercial endeavors. The concern raised by the speaker is that those costs then flow through into the renters' rental rates. So we're very aware of the issue. Mr. Russell has done a very good job over the period of engagement in bringing us up to speed on that issue, and I've asked staff to also communicated this directly to the speaker, that we are looking at, is there possibly an interim or partial adjustment that we could make as we work on that study, and they're looking at that, and he's correct that that's not been implemented yet at this time, but we are looking at the feasibility. The challenge with the water utility in a matter such as this, which is why we do a cost of service study, is that it's an enterprise fund, and it has to by law balance out to zero $0. So income has to equal expenditures. So where we make an adjustment on one side of that revenue equation, it has to come from another ratepayer. And so we're very, very cautious that we don't negatively impact all of the good work that the city's done to reduce the water rates for our lower volume users. Having said that, I don't want to disavow the legitimacy of the concern. It is an imbalance, and we are looking at it actively to see if we can make an interim adjustment.
Thank you. Councilor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start with Tom Lampo. Tom, are you here? Can you raise your hand if you're still here? I just wanted to, I've said this to him directly, but I really do appreciate the fact that he comes here every week and he prays over us. And Tom, so I'm a Christian myself, and this is just a reminder, because it's a new year, that you may not see me praying up here, closing my eyes and participating, but that's because I believe strongly in the separation of church and state, right? And I want to be respectful to all of the religions and cultures that we have in the city. That's why, but I really do appreciate you, Tom. I think you're a good man, and I just wanted to say thank you. You may not hear that very often, but it's not an easy task to come every single week for the last several years, I think, and just pray over us. It's just a nice thing to do. We have a lot of evil in the world, that it's just a nice thing that when someone cares that much. So thank you for that. And I also, thank you for the question on Highland Meadows HOA. I'm also curious, City Manager, on that. And she brought up the concept of a city ordinance. I'm not sure what the actual rules in place are, so that would be nice to kind of bring maybe to a city council session and just talk about what are the existing enforcement tools and if anything's missing there. So thank you for the speaker who said that. And I also, so what for the water rate adjustments, and just so people know, there are several of us on City Council, if not all of us, care a lot about the affordability of water. And that's going to be a focus of mine. That's going to be a focus of a lot of folks to figure out what we can do there. And just know that we are looking at it, we're analyzing it, and we need to do it in a way that won't destabilize the system, right? So the question is there an opportunity to lower rates, and how? So just know that it's deep in our hearts, and we are going to be diving deep into this. And we haven't forgotten that there are lots of folks in the city that cannot afford these rates. I'm very much aware of that, and we are working on it. And I wanted to also say, so my food drive. So every year I have a food drive for Westminster. Last time we raised almost 9,000 pounds. This year we're looking to do it much bigger because the need is much higher. There are a lot of families in this city that don't have food, that can't afford groceries, that just need the extra hand. It's much worse now than it was when we started this food drive. So I'm looking to do another one this year and really expand the number of organizations and businesses and participants. So just keep a lookout for that. We're gonna start planning it this summer, and it's going to be for a November end. But just know that there's some help coming, and we are looking at other ways within the policies from a Westminster standpoint of what can we do to give a helping hand there, because grocery prices, as we know, are out of control, and all the resources for food are going away from a state and federal level. So more to come there. And a reminder for office hours, I have my office hours 4 years. It's here at City Hall, 4:30 p.m. every Monday, 4:30 to 6 p.m. So if you have any needs, if you want to talk to me, if you want to just yell at me or ask for ask for help, I'm here to listen. And you can just walk in, ask for OB, and they'll bring you to the back. Just so you know, spread it to your neighbors and friends. I'm always here. And it's only when we have a city council meeting. So the next time we're meeting is the 26th, so that's when the next one is. All right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Barajas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, City Manager Andrews, for kind of giving us those updates on the speakers for public comment today. Appreciate every speaker here. I'm going to thank Mr. Russell as well for bringing up a few items. I was going to mention that I was at the municipal code update meeting that he was referencing, and it was my very, very first meeting ever on City Council. So I'm going to save more in-depth comments for that once I go to the next meeting later on this month. But just thank you for appreciating us being there, and thank you for speaking to the constant work that staff needs to do to continue engaging with the residents and listening to all the voices in the conversation. I didn't even know Councilor Zadi was going to speak on these things, but on the topic of food insecurities, I wanted to note that in my engagement walks, I as part of my kind of taking on the vacancy and trying to get as much voice as I can in this seat, I do my best to walk around, particularly my neighborhood in South Westminster, which means that I am dodging a lot more tractors and construction equipment than cars these days. But I noticed that there were two individual homes that were hosting food pantries right outside their front door. And so for all of the residents here in person today and any of those who are listening online, I just want to thank each and every person for their engagement in this community, particularly if any of you all are doing the difficult work that mutual aid requires, where you're stepping up bravely and vulnerably to offer assistance to anyone who needs it in our community. The city does great work, city staff does great work, and I believe every member here on City Council does their best to attend to all of their responsibilities, but this city is made by all of the residents, certainly not just the ones up here. And I would strongly encourage you, if you are one of those people who's either hosting a food pantry or participating in another mutual aid act, just know that you're seen and appreciated, particularly by those who are receiving the benefits, but also for those who are looking for ways to engage. I know I've seen other people drop off food at these food pantries and leave, and so these are our centers of community engagement, and those centers of community engagement exist far outside just this city hall. So that's just kind of my appeal to the residents at large. So thank you for that work, and those are my updates.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank you all for being here. I know we're going to have lots of fun tonight, and many of you have yet to speak, but we appreciate it. And I want you to know that, whether it's issues that we're going to talk about later or just general issues, we hear them all, we read them all. Every comment that's submitted, every email I get, we work on it, and I think it's really important to us. And we're also your neighbors, and I mean that in the literal sense. I see my two neighbors over here. Hi, PJ and Albie. And so the issues don't just affect you, they affect us, and so your perspectives are really important to me. And I also wanted to say that we have gotten a lot of outreach about specific issues, but also about just general insecurity. I think the world is very tumultuous right now all over the world, and a lot of people feel like their sense of security is maybe less than it was a year ago today. To talk about what Jim was saying, it's been a year. I want, when you come to these meetings, you to feel safe and secure, and for you to be able to feel like your voice matters. And I want you to know that council cares about that. We all care about that, and we appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to hearing everyone speak tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Ireland, did you have anything?
Thank you. I just want to thank all the counselors and their questions and their support of the community. I appreciate you all coming out. I'm a little emotional today because my brother-in-law with ALS passed away today. So I'm thankful for Tom Lamport, those prayers, and I hope that we can all pray for those who suffer, their families with ALS. It's a really tough way to die. So I just appreciate everyone that spoke and care about the community, and I appreciate prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm very sorry to hear about your loss. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being with us tonight when you could be anywhere else. And if you have to leave, please know that you can. As far as my comments, I'll say most of my questions were answered with Mayor Pro Tem's questions, so thank you for your follow-up. And just a quick comment for the woman who spoke to our wildlife. It warms my heart every time someone brings that up, because I'm someone who cares very, very deeply about this issue. Every time we do a project throughout the city, many probably already know, but I have an environmental background, and this is something that always speaks to my heart. And I'm thinking about how we can maybe take a look at our city's planning overall. We have our strategic meeting coming up soon, and maybe taking a look at that plan and our corridors and our connectedness with our open space when we have our meeting. So just know that's always top of mind for me. And then I also have a coffee every fourth Saturday of the month. And for those of you, I've lost count of how many people have said they're coming this month. So I hope you're listening, because I have to change it and move it to Sunday the 25th. So for anyone listening, my coffee is Sunday the 25th this month because I have an all-day 8-hour meeting that day. I actually have two. I have a 10-hour meeting on top of an 8-hour meeting, and I don't know how I'll be at both, but regardless, find me this Sunday on the 25th at Nava Coffee, 9:30. With that, I think we can move on. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda? Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
Getting there. I move to approve consent items 8A through 8G.
Councilor Azadi?
Second.
Thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. City Clerk?
Councilor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
Yes.
Councilor Johnson.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you so much. Then moving to appointments and resignations, there are no appointments or resignations this evening, which moves us to our public hearings. That brings us to item 10A. We will have a public hearing and first reading of Councilor's Bill number 2, Comprehensive Plan Amendment for the former Zerger Elementary School. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask if council is willing to, someone's willing to make a motion pursuant to 111.3 to allow for Councilor Ireland's remote participation in this land use hearing to ensure that the code provision is satisfied.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela?
I move to allow Councilor Ireland to attend public hearing virtually.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Can we get a voice vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you. It is now 7:48 p.m. I will open the public hearing. Does staff have a presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. My name is Jacob Kaza, Principal Planner with the City of Westminster for current development. I'd like to introduce this project, introduce Carson Beyerhoff to you guys. He's our planner working on this case. So tonight before you is the comprehensive plan amendment for the proposed Zerger Elementary redevelopment. This is just the comprehensive plan amendment, so future steps will include a preliminary development plan amendment and an official development plan amendment where you will actually get an opportunity to review the development plan. So up tonight is just for consideration. The only item is whether the school property should be redesignated from public, quasi-public to residential low density. You will see a site plan that the applicant has generated as an idea or a concept of what they would develop, but we are not presenting a site plan or a development plan for you tonight. It's simply just the comprehensive plan designation. The city was also copied on some correspondence between one of the neighbors of the development and the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. I've placed that correspondence up there for you. There's been some concerns raised at the neighborhood meeting originally, and then additionally through the review period about possible contamination on the site with plutonium and americium. And so the applicant did a study for that. That's part of the packet agenda. And then the state did take an opportunity to respond today. And so you have been provided with that email back from the state on that. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn over to Carson Beyerhoff. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Carson Beyerhoff, planner with the city's planning division. As part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, and public notices, the mail notices and the public notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to 1,658 property owners, tenants, and HOAs within 1,000 feet of the parcel under consideration tonight. 3 public notification signs were posted on the subject property, both in English and Spanish languages. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. The 8.08 acre subject property is the site of the currently vacated Zerger Elementary School with Jefferson Public School District, located east of Field Street off West 90th Place. The site includes one continuous lot, legally described as Kings Mill North, Block 8, Lot 50, and includes the vacant school addressed as 9050 Field Street. The site borders Kings Mill Public Park directly to the south. On the left of the slide, you will see the current comprehensive plan land use designation public quasi-public. On the right side, you will see the proposed comprehensive plan land use designation amendment to residential low density. The site borders the current land use designation of residential low density to the north, west, east, and east. And to the south, the Kings Mill Public Park is designated as Parks Golf Courses. Section 11.5.21 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing land use plan amendments. These cover compliance with city regulations and policies, and illicit planning, and impacts on surrounding communities, site constraints, and impacts on existing infrastructure. Staff received a comprehensive plan amendment request on behalf of Jefferson County Public School District. Per information that staff has received from the applicant, Jefferson County Public School District, the district is selling underutilized school sites to generate revenue and cut costs owing to under-enrollment. Approval of this request would allow for future approval considerations of a PDP amendment and an ODP amendment, which would each be required for the applicant's proposal for a single-family detached redevelopment. The applicant elected to move forward with only the comprehensive plan amendment at this time. The needed PDP and ODP amendment submittals have been proposed to be submitted for further approval consideration after this comprehensive plan amendment determination of approval before you tonight. Future PDP and ODP submittals will be further reviewed to city standards, guidelines, and criteria by city staff, and these future submittals will also require public hearings for approval and further opportunities for public input. Staff has analyzed the applicant's proposal and has found 2 overarching themes of impacts to surrounding communities and infill and development, with some considerations overlapping between these 2 themes. The first theme for staff's recommendation of approval is impacts to surrounding communities. This theme is supported by the following consideration. The comprehensive plan identifies the need to provide a diversity of housing types. Part of this goal identifies using development to provide options of middle-income housing types within neighborhoods to ensure neighborhood resiliency over time and with demographic changes. Approval of this proposed amendment would support this need by providing a different middle-income housing choice within an existing development. During the project meeting and with public comment for the proposal, questions and comments were brought up relating to the design compatibility with the surrounding community, impact on the neighboring Kings Mill Park, preservation of pedestrian access through the site to the neighboring communities to the park and Farmers Highline Canal, and the environmental consideration with the project's impacts. The applicant has demonstrated that the proposed comprehensive plan amendment would change the land use designation to match the surrounding existing communities. Further design considerations will be reviewed for city design criteria with the PDP and ODP submittals. Staff has determined that public land dedication and off-site public improvements would be required for this proposal, and that these requirements would include land dedication and improvements for the existing Kings Mill Park. The specifics of the dedication and improvements would be reviewed with future PDP and ODP submittals. In order to preserve the existing access from neighboring communities through the site and to Kings Mill Park and Farmers Highline Canal, staff recommends this approval is subject to the condition that the proposed redevelopment preserve the site's existing pedestrian public access connection with the development to the east, and that the proposed redevelopment preserve pedestrian public access along the site from West 91st Avenue to the existing connection with Farmers Highline Canal Trail. The applicant has provided a soil sampling report, including radioactive materials study for plutonium and americium, to address public concerns relating to the different Rocky Flats incidents that took place in the later part of the 20th century. The applicant is here today to speak to the plutonium study that was provided for consideration with this comprehensive plan amendment application. Further staff review of environmental considerations will be reviewed with future PDP and ODP submittals. These applications will include review of material such as dust mitigation, erosion control, drainage, permeability, and landscaping. The second theme for staff's recommendation of approval is infill and redevelopment. This theme is supported by the following considerations. Staff has accepted the applicant's trip generation analysis demonstrating that the proposed land use change will result in fewer trips than the elementary school use. This reduction equates to less strain on the existing area's transportation system and infrastructure. The proposed amendment would allow for a redevelopment that utilizes existing utility infrastructure as well as fire and police services that would otherwise be used by the school. Infill redevelopment supports the city's sustainability and comprehensive plan's general goals and policies of implementing environmental best practices through supporting development that does not contribute to increasing urban sprawl. Sprawling development results in increased land disturbance of natural areas and increases the greater community's trip distance requirements. Increased trip distances have a negative impact on straining existing infrastructure and systems, in addition to increasing greenhouse gas emissions. Approval of this proposed amendment helps mitigate sprawl by increasing housing availability in an existing community that is already served with commercial uses and public services and infrastructure. Staff finds that there are considerations that overlap across these themes, including revitalization, aging infrastructure, and support for local activization and community identity. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission hold a public hearing and recommend that the City Council approve the comprehensive plan amendment subject to the condition set forth in the summary of staff recommendations in the agenda memo. The staff recommended condition is as follows. Approval of this comprehensive plan amendment shall require the proposed redevelopment to preserve the site's existing pedestrian public access connection with the development to the east, and that the proposed redevelopment preserve pedestrian public access along the site from West 91st Avenue to the existing connection with Farmers Highline Canal Trail. On September 9th, 2025, Planning Commission recommended approval of the comprehensive plan amendment with the additional condition by a vote of 7-0. Staff finds that a recommendation of approval of the application would meet the city's strategic plan priorities of access to opportunity and resilient infrastructure by allowing an increase in available housing types and diversity of housing types. Staff finds that the recommendation of approval of the application would meet the city's strategic plan priorities of access to opportunity and resilient infrastructure by allowing an increase in available housing supply and a diversity of housing types, and by supporting an opportunity for infill redevelopment to replace and improve existing and aging infrastructure. The applicant is with us here tonight and has a presentation to share with you as well. Thank you for your attention. There are other staff members with us this evening. We would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Council, any questions for staff? Councilor Barajas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm a big fan of like process and communication. So I appreciate you walking us through kind of each of the steps, and it was super informative. Just for the sake of clarity, can you repeat the exact agenda item or the exact vote that we will be taking today? Like, what is it that we're, as council, voting on today? Because I know that in reviewing a lot of the emails and voicemails, there were concerns for a variety of things, and you did mention a lot of those concerns, and you kind of addressed some of them. But just for clarity's sake, you mentioned like the concern about uniformity or design. Is that going to be something that we're either going to hear about today or voting on today? If you, yeah, just for sake of clarity, to use kind of like common language for all of us up here and for anyone listening online or in the audience today.
Absolutely, and thank you, Councilor. So the comprehensive plan has land use character areas that are high level in terms of allowed uses and that give a general theme of what sort of development can take place within them. Part of that includes the relationship to the other character areas that surrounds a character area that is proposed for an amendment. Part of that would include a transition zone, buffers, or other sort of design considerations that would come with the ODP and PDP, but not actually part of the comprehensive plan analysis itself. However, with this case, they are proposing a development that is the same as all surrounding sites.
Thank you. And can you just, for clarity's purposes, define, like just tell us what ODP stands for, PDP stands for, and what the process looks like? So right now we're looking at zoning and where zoning comes into relationship with PDP and ODP in the process.
Absolutely, and it's kind of a little bit of a nuance and something unique to the city of Westminster, but the application here before you tonight is actually not a rezoning application, it's a comprehensive plan amendment. So the zoning of this parcel is planned unit development, or PUD, and that will be the same. Essentially, large sites within the city of Westminster get to create their own zoning and land use standards and criteria that would come with the official development plan and the preliminary development plan, which preliminary development plan is PDP, official development plan is ODP. Typically, the preliminary development plan would come first, and that sets a high-level design standards such as setbacks, general architectural themes, access points, and any sort of specific negotiated items that could be carried over from a PIA or from an annexation agreement or what have you. The official development plan actually includes the specifics for the design and the development itself. So with the official development plan, that's where we're going to be seeing elevations, the parkland areas, amenities, and anything specific to what they're proposing.
Thank you. I have certainly a lot to learn as I continue on this, but I really appreciate city staff's expertise and your patience in kind of describing all that stuff to me and those of us here. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for your question.
Councilor Ireland, did you have anything?
I do. I wanted to know if we have pursued using the school for anything else besides tearing it down and making it housing, such as a library, since we've been paying all this tax, or the people in Jefferson County, the residents have been paying taxes towards a library with Jefferson County. Have we looked at anything besides tearing it down and making housing?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Ireland. So I don't have the exact specifics of what goes into the budget analysis where City Council would choose what sort of, vote on any sort of areas that would be considered for acquisition, but I do know that part of the PRL plan identified this area as not being a site that would be favorable for purchase with our limited resources.
If I could, thank you, Councilor Ireland. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilors. Lindsay Kimball, Community Services Director. If I could add to the excellent explanation from Carson tonight. Also just want to share this property is owned by the Jeffco County Schools, the school district, so it's not a city owned property. We did have a lot more control over Sheridan Green when that was decommissioned because there was a reverter clause that gave that property back into the ownership of the city. That's not the case with this. So it has remained Jeffco County Schools property, and they've gone through a very public process for the disposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Does the applicant have a presentation?
They do, and I will introduce Jeff and Julie, excuse me.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, and staff for having us this evening. We very much appreciate your time. My name is Julie Gamick, and I'm with THK Associates. We're the planner and landscape architect here on behalf of Cardell Homes, the applicant. Our entire design team is here, as well as representatives from Cardell Homes, so we are happy to answer any questions or provide any explanation that you all may have after our presentation or after public comment has happened. As mentioned, we are here requesting a comprehensive plan amendment. I just want to speak very briefly to Cardell Homes. Cardell Homes, as a family-owned company, actually started by 2 school teachers. They've been building homes since 1973 and have regions in Alberta, Ontario, Florida, and Colorado, and have been in the Denver market for over 20 years. Cardell prides themselves on having in-house architects, so as we move into PDP and ODP, we are able to work in-house to provide elevations and features to help complement the existing neighborhood and also to set our homes apart. As mentioned, this property is being sold by Jefferson County School District. They did have a public RFP process. The school district engaged stakeholders and neighborhood meetings during the RFP process. There was a request for qualifications and secondarily a request for proposals. Multiple entities did propose on this project, is my understanding, and all of those entities did propose housing. Cardell was ultimately selected as the project partner on this property. We have had a pre-application meeting and concept review plan with staff. As mentioned earlier by Carson, no funds are available through Westminster to purchase this property. And so that's a question that has come up many times over our course of discussion with the community. Throughout this process to date, we have worked hard to incorporate comments and feedback from staff, neighbors, and stakeholders prior to our initial submittal and continue to revise our plan as we gain more input. We have had a community meeting and have done community outreach. Our community meeting had 1,700 mailers sent out to residents and neighboring HOAs. Our Planning Commission hearing had 1,646 mailers sent out. Our City Council meeting, as mentioned tonight, had 1,658 mailers. And we've had stakeholder outreach with individuals via email, phone calls, and in-person meetings. I also want to mention that we had 56 people in attendance at our community meeting. So I wanted to walk through council, our land plan progression a little bit as we have made changes after hearing feedback from the community and from staff. The image on the left is kind of our first shot at what this development may lay out like. After many rounds of internal discussions, speaking with the community, speaking with staff, where we are at currently is the plan on the right. Here you will see that we are expanding Kings Mill Park. We are not taking any land away from Kings Mill. We're expanding it by almost 1.5 acres. We are providing that direct access to the east, to the community, which ultimately gets you over to Dover Square Park and Oakhurst Park 2. We're also providing direct connection both from Field Street and the community to Farmers Highline Canal Trail. We are proposing on-site stormwater detention. We'll have 2 points of access to promote safety and accessibility. The streets will meet all of the City of Westminster standards, including sidewalks and vegetation. One of the inputs that we got from the community was the desire to save the mature trees on the north side of the site, so we have worked to do that and integrate them into our green space and detention areas. And at the request of the city, based on aging infrastructure, we will be improving the water main in Field Street and West 91st Avenue and improving some stormwater infrastructure as well. So the comp plan amendment criteria set forth for this application has a handful of items that I'm gonna just quickly run through. Criteria 1 is the proposed amendment is consistent with the vision, intent, and applicable policies of the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans, policies, and guidelines. So this would be an infill redevelopment site. The amendment provides beneficial reuse of this property. Zerger Elementary School was closed in 2011, and it would improve the current conditions from a vacant school building. The neighborhood unit definition in the comp plan advises the city's strategy by integrating houses with open space, proximity parks, and connectivity. And we feel like this site does all of those things quite well. Criteria number 2 is the proposed amendment serves a substantial public purpose and will not substantially be detrimental to the surrounding lands. This does offer additional housing types within the community, provides property tax generation for the city, the school district, and essential services. It repurposes a vacant, underutilized site using infill, which I do want to state that infill on a development level is always a little bit harder than greenfield development. You have existing conditions to consider, and oftentimes the costs are higher because you have things like demolishing school buildings to take into consideration. So developers who take on infill projects have a little bit of a higher cost and a little bit of a higher risk. Something else that will help the public purpose is, as noted, the 40 proposed homes actually have a lesser traffic demand than the school did at its final enrollment numbers or as a public use such as a library or a recreation center. Criteria 3, the proposed amendment shall consider the nature and degree of impacts on the neighboring lands. Individual parcels or groups of parcels shall not be subject to a change in land use. As mentioned by Carson, we're taking a quasi-public, quasi-land use and requesting a change to low-density residential, which matches the west, north, and east sides of the property and will be adjacent to Kings Mill Park to the south. Criteria 4, the proposed amendment is necessary in order to address substantially changed conditions. As noted, Zerger Elementary closed in 2011. The school district has gone through a public process to dispose of the land. Not only will those funds go back into the school district, but the approximately $150,000 a year that the school district is spending to maintain the Zerger site will also go back into the school district to serve our kids. Criteria 5, the proposed amendment provides for orderly physical growth of the city. Again, we are asking for the comp plan to be amended to match the surrounding communities. And we are looking to not only utilize, but also improve the existing services and infrastructure. Criteria 6, the proposed amendment furthers an important public policy, included but not limited to a need for affordable housing, protection of historic resources, preservation of open space or reduction in water demand. Infill, again, is a more efficient land use. You can use what's there, streets, infrastructure. contributes to regional housing needs, and we are increasing the size of Kings Mill Park by about 1.5 acres, so we're providing additional public open space. The proposed amendment is appropriate in order to address the uniqueness of size, shape, and character. Proof that the small parcel is unsuitable for use presently designed, or that there have been substantial changes in the immediate area. Again, with the district choosing to close the school based on low enrollment rates, Cardell was able to form a partnership to take on this land. We believe that residential use is a better use or fit. And as mentioned previously, no public entity or use has stepped forward with the interest in the property. And again, with the infrastructure readiness, utilities and services adjacent and are nearby, but the development will provide some upgrades to the system. The proposed amendment will not negatively impact the transportation system, drainage, water, sewer, water supply, fire, police, parks, etc. Same kind of ideas. We have the infrastructure in place. We have the public safety coverage in place. The development will generate new property tax revenues, will enhance Kings Mill Park by not only increasing its size, but providing additional amenities, working with city staff during the ODP, and sustainable growth and infill often go hand in hand. Criteria 9, the proposed amendment will not negatively impact referral agencies. Per our traffic study that's been accepted by staff, there will be minimal traffic impacts. The capacity of Jeff Crow's school district to incorporate the children that this development would create has been discussed, and they have the capacity at the neighboring schools to do that. And there are no airport conflicts. Criteria 10, the proposed amendment establishes minimal environmental impacts are sufficiently mitigated. So again, we're leveraging the existing infrastructure. Utilizing infill growth does minimize environmental impacts. On-site detention pond, ensure proper stormwater management and water quality. And we're working to align with city objectives for sustainable growth, efficient land use, and environmental responsibility. I suspect that there will be questions about the plutonium. Jeff here with the development team will answer those for you guys as they come up, but I'm not going to touch base on the presentation for them. And that is the end. So as I mentioned, we have our civil engineer here, our traffic engineer here, our development team manager is here, as well as Cardell Homes representative. So we're certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Did we have any questions right now for the applicant? Councilor Rosati?
Thank you. I have several affordability related questions. First one, what price point are you looking, would this designation enable for you guys? And what's your goal related to affordability?
Jeff Keeley with JMC Investments, Greenwood Village. This is going to be a market-driven community, so we feel there's a demand for this type of product that we're proposing. Price point is going to be a little hard to determine right now. There are a lot of factors that go into pricing a home at the end of the day. Excuse me. So the demolition of the school district or of the school, putting in the infrastructure, that kind of all plays into what the price will be. But we believe this is product that we can sell to anyone. Young professionals, move up buyers, move down buyers, first time buyers, and we will be offering ranch style homes and 2-story homes to accommodate all the buyers.
So realistically though, you have to have a price point because this has to pencil out for you, right? So there must be a range that you're looking at for homes. So do you have that range?
Yeah, looking at it today, we're hoping to start the pricing like low 700s and then get up. I don't know what the max is. I will note that the area around us are selling homes for right around that $600,000. So we're not too far off from what is existing and selling today.
and this is actually my neighborhood, so I'm fairly familiar with the houses there and the homes, and you're correct, but 700 is still on the high end of that in that neighborhood. So I would say that if the goal is first-time home buyers, which is important, or working class, or teachers, nurses, etc., then that price point seems a little high for starting, and that's your starting, correct?
To be determined, but yeah, somewhere in that that range.
Yeah, that's very high. My next question is related to the zoning change. Do we know what the land value, how would the zoning change affect the land value?
We aren't requesting and will not be requesting a zoning change. We are requesting a comp plan amendment change. It's different. So the comp plan.
Sorry, with the comp plan change, do we know what that land value would be?
I don't believe that there would be any change in value for the land, because as a quasi-public, there is a very limited opportunity for any sort of new development outside of a public type use. And they would have to pay market rate for it based on what Jeffco's selling it for, just the same as the developer here is paying. My suspicion is that anyone coming before you for this project would have to do a comp plan amendment, because there is no way to build anything outside of a quasi-public building on quasi-public land, if that makes sense.
And can you remind me what the types, it's for sale homes?
It's market rate for sale, single family detached homes.
No townhomes, no condos?
No. And they would be, as Jeff mentioned, 1 or 2 story homes.
Average square feet?
Probably around 2,200, and basements are optional. Sarah, I'm getting in no basements, so I take that back. 2,200 square feet, no basements.
No basement.
Yeah, finished. That's okay. Sorry, they're shaking their head at me, and then I confused myself.
So no basements?
Basements would be optional.
Basements are included.
Finished.
Okay.
Basements are included. Finished basements are optional.
Thank you for that.
Yes, of course.
And related to the infrastructure improvements, the water main, can staff estimate what value would that, what is the cost if the city would do that?
Well, I did a project a few years ago, and about a mile of water infrastructure cost about $1 million, and I can't recall how long this. I think this is about a fourth of a mile, so $250,000 to $400,000, I would guess.
The staff, do we not have a more approximate or closer approximation?
No, at this time, it's just the requirement, whether they move forward after the hearing tonight, and we'll just start to drill down on, good evening, Council. Heath Klein, Assistant City Engineer. So, yes, we haven't done the math on what it would cost if that was a city project. The existing water line has reached its age and needs to be replaced. So as part of the development within City of Westminster, we don't have per se development fees just based on per acre. We do require you to make the improvements along your property frontage and within the development. And this AC water line needs to be replaced. And so we have made that as a requirement for this.
Okay, but it's surprising that, so we don't have that in any of our pipelines for CapEx if it's at age?
It's identified. I don't have the exact year for that, nor the cost number just yet. So, but we'll find that. I'll get a number and I'll be able to present it. Thank you.
I bring that up because it seems to be a benefit, right, that you would do this. But if we don't know the value of what that would be, it's hard to even count that as a benefit until we know what the cost is for us. And related to this designation, with all the, sorry, you have something?
Yeah, I'll just, the length of the improvement is 700 feet, so around the corner.
So with the, you said 2,200 square feet, that's, so all of the, and that's just 40? Is it 40 units?
Yes.
Is that what we said?
Yep.
And they will all be the same size?
I would say probably from 2,000 square feet to 2,500 square feet, depending on what plan that you choose. And we'll offer 3 to 4 plans with different elevations, and that includes a ranch-style home, which will be on the smaller end.
Okay, and we're about to hear from the community, but from your conversations, so I'd like to ask from your perspective, your conversations, hopefully you've had many of them with the community, right? What is the number one thing you're hearing related to, so not related to traffic or anything else, but relating to the actual design and size of these homes and quantity? What's the number one complaint you've heard from the community before we hear from them?
I mean, obviously, traffic has come up. We believe that the use that we're proposing is much less than what the existing supposed to uses. We've heard a little bit different on our elevations, which we will change with our in-house architecture. They will come and look at the community around here, around our site, and kind of change their elevations to fit in more with the surrounding area.
We've tried to be sure that we're clear that we're expanding Kings Mill Park, that there is no reduction of space in Kings Mill Park proper. And we have, in all fairness, we have heard a few comments about density, but we are within the low density residential guidelines per the comp plan. So we recognize as developers that this is a very big change for the neighborhood. Going from an elementary school to honestly anything else would be a big change, and that there's an emotional component. A lot of folks have very close ties to the school. Their kids went there. You know, they had to move their kids out of there when the school closed. So we recognize that there is an emotional component that that we sympathize with.
And thank you for recognizing that. I'm looking forward to hearing from the community and what the complaints are. I have heard some of them from the emails we've received, from voicemails and so forth, but there's a lot more than that. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from these folks, but thank you for that. One last question related to plutonium. Can you speak to the identified risks, dangers, and what your point of view is from that?
Yeah, so over the life of our project that we've been involved, we've commissioned 4 different memos or reviews or reports. Our first report was a phase 1 environmental, which we kind of do naturally as developers. We want to make sure that the site is clean. In that report, they came back with no recognized environmental concerns. So that tells us as developers, as builders, that there's no concerns on the environmental side, so we can, move forward with our development. We did reach out to Hydros, who actually you guys commissioned a study with them in 2014. Back in 2014, they didn't specifically look at our site, but we asked them to, based off their knowledge of the Rocky Flats area. They came to the same conclusion as our environmental, that they don't believe there's any concerns with the levels of plutonium. What else? One more. CTL also, we asked CTL to go back out and look at a wide variety of material that's been published around Rocky Flats, and they came to the same conclusion. And then lastly, from a request from our neighbors, we went and tested 5 spots on site, and sent that off to be tested, and the levels that came back are well below the levels for development. So we are, in our view, it is safe to move forward with this project.
I bring that up because we've had some interesting projects here that's come to us related to Rocky Flats, and the Greenway Bridge last year. And I wanted to find the exact number, and I found it. The reported numbers around that was 264 picocuries per gram. This one is, can you remind me, is it 0.9? Is that the
5 that we tested, they range from a negative number to a 0.198 PCI Gs. So well below the 0.9 development standard that the state of Colorado has created.
Okay, I think that's something that we should probably dive into deeper, because it's hard to, I don't know if there is an acceptable level of plutonium in my mind, but that is much different than what we went through last year. That number last year was much higher than what this is. So I recognize that with CDPHE and what they did, they also said the project last time was no problem too, and that was a problem, and we voted no. The majority of council voted no on that bridge because we thought it was a problem to have that level. So it's interesting, but I bring it up just to acknowledge that there are a lot of residents who are concerned about that.
Understood.
And
Yep.
it should be top of mind for all of us. And thank you.
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Sorry, just to jump back on real quickly. So with the 750 feet approximately, it is a project of about 270,000 to 400,000, not including all the other like valves that may need to be replaced, as well as the design that the developer would take on. So thank you.
All right, thank you, actually, Councilor Azadi, for asking the questions about the plutonium, because I know that was of interest to a lot of people. I did see a question that I didn't quite have answered in the packet was, is there a desire to have a metro district serve this site?
No, it was something that we did discuss with staff. It would be a non-issuing debt metro district, just to kind of to take on the controls of an HOA. There's some benefits to do it through a metro district, but we are not, steadfast on getting the metro district. If you guys prefer that we do it through an HOA, we will do it through an HOA.
Okay. And just to clarify, so all the streets within the project are public, will be dedicated to the city?
Correct.
Okay. And then a question for the developer team. I see you're trying to address some of the concerns from the community. I did see that there were comments about just the use of the ball fields for the elementary school, and you are expanding the park, and I know this is not a final design, but when I see this, I just kind of think about, is there a way where you don't have just walkways and random trees, but that you are making this usable for the community? Because if it's been an imprint and people are using it for something, I'd rather see
something
functional space.
So we're really looking forward to working with staff during the ODP to provide the amenities not only for the immediate community but for the park system on the whole, and we're happy to amenitize that whenever comes out of those discussions, but we're just not there in the process yet. But we agree that it should be usable space and more than just grass and a few trees.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think all my other questions have been asked, so thank you.
Councilor Barajas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a few questions, and city staff can maybe also speak up. We've used a lot of the language of expanding the park, but I'm curious in terms of, one, who manages the existing park right now, and then who would manage then the expansion? Would that fall under city liability and city management? And would there ever be a reclamation? So would this parcel then, if some other, what would it look like for that piece of green space to then be pulled back, and what kind of protection? Because if this is part of the promise, addressing resident concerns around green space, particularly usable green space, as Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela mentioned, I'm curious to if we move forward with this process, what does that look like?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the existing Keens Mill Park is a public park. So it is run and administered by the Parks Division. This graphic that the applicant put together is a pretty good representation. The area that's penciled in or rendered in green, just north of the Keens Mill Park existing property, line, which is the area that's surrounded in orange, would be the approximate dedication that would get dedicated to the Parks Division for their maintenance and ownership. As part of the amenity requirements that would be again determined with the ODP, there could be some private spaces that would be on the HOA or the developer to maintain and operate as well. That would be in addition to this public land dedication.
Yeah, did you have follow-up to that? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so the city won't take over maintenance of that additional parkland until they deem it acceptable. So we will install all the, the walkways, the whatever amenities that we come up with, and then the city will accept it when they deem it acceptable.
Thank you.
So we'll maintain it until they until they take it.
Perfect. Did you follow up to that?
Yeah,
too?
I just want to
please.
follow up. And once that dedication has been made and the city has accepted it, the developer can't take the land back. It is the city's.
Great. Thank you for the clarification on that. In a broader sense, I know that we as city, elected officials of Colorado have an incredibly difficult burden of managing the Rocky Flat fallout, particularly with the literal contamination fallout that has impacted our communities everywhere. It's a very large task, and I think the only way that we can really engage honestly and move forward in a healthy manner is with community partners. And so I really appreciate every attention that the developer can have towards this concern with radioactivity. My background is in science. I was a chemistry major in college and taught science for a decade. And just like the overwhelming magnanimity of the half-life of one half-life alone of plutonium is kind of daunting. And so I appreciate the initial testing that has been done. I think while initial tests and these 5 samples are done, they can appease some. I think there will always be a fear from myself around the shadow of Rocky Flats being the kind of a shadow on our entire, certainly our city, but also just the greater community here. I would be remiss to say that that's enough, and not so much like that's enough for me or that's enough for any sort of moment, but just, I guess, in my mind, in terms of health and safety and environmental impact for anything that's done in the city, from developers kind of doing infill to people asking for permits to redo their own private homes. This is something that just is constantly on our minds. So I'm eternally grateful for any partner in that work as we, as a city, grapple with the difficulties that kind of our predecessors before us have made. So a part of that is a thank you for doing these samples and kind of being transparent, not just giving us a yes, but actually giving us the certain numbers and levels. But also just a public encouragement to that work is important. So thank you. And those are my comments.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is probably for our city staff here, but we did receive some public input, but I'm curious from a city staff perspective, the existing land as it is, if there's any, if you could summarize or talk about any of the related concerns around crime and blighting that have existed with this building that has been closed for over a decade now, and just summarize from a city's perspective, both what we've seen and how we've dealt with it.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So the Zerger site has sat vacant for a while now, and there have been complaints from various members in the community about potential transient populations that are staying there unhoused. as well as debris and the concern with just the overall image and upkeep.
Thank you. Councillor Ireland, did you have anything?
I do. I want to talk about the HOA. So thank you, Councillor Namilla, for your question about Metro Tax District, but HOAs are a concern for me too. What exactly is the HOA going to be responsible for in that neighborhood? And does Kings Mill have an HOA?
No is the answer to the latter question. The HOA will maintain the detention ponds and then do design review committee, and then maintain any of their private space within the boundaries. And
what private space will they have?
The detention ponds and the mature trees, so that would be a responsibility of the HOA.
Well, the detention ponds concern me about plutonium also, because we've had plutonium in detention ponds that are on property in our city. And why are we having the HOA? Why can't it's going to feel like not harmonious when Kings Mill does not have an HOA and it has an HOA. Is there any way not to have an HOA?
I don't know. I don't think we're opposed to not having HOA. I think
I'm just telling you right now, houses sell better that don't have an HOA in our city for less money.
I agree. I would rather go the Metro District route if we had to, but I think it is something that
I don't think I'd want either, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is why it's not affordable, because we have Metro Task Districts and HOAs on top of property taxes and everything else. It makes it totally unaffordable.
I think if we
and
get away from HOA,
it's not harmonious with the rest of the neighborhood, which does not have an HOA. It makes those set apart so they're not part of the rest of the neighborhood. So that's my concern. It's not going to feel like it belongs to Kings Mill because it's a separate HOA neighborhood. It's not harmonious.
Well, I don't think the city would take the detention ponds.
Well, I don't think an HOA should have to take the detention ponds.
Well,
Councillor Ireland, hi, this is Jacob Kaza, the Principal Planner for Current Development for the City of Westminster. So the city code requires that any developer essentially pay their own way, and development has to pay its own way. City code requires that any development be set up with financial securities to take care of land that would be held in common interest by that development. So in this case, the detention ponds would be solely for the purpose of this development, and they don't serve any purpose other than these homes. And so these future homeowners would have a responsibility to maintain the detention pond. And the common mechanism to do that is an HOA to assess fees on the homeowners and then pay for the maintenance and repair of that infrastructure.
Okay, well, I think the developer should pay enough to take care of the detention ponds, but I mean, putting that on a HOA forever is crazy. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I think that all of my questions have been asked at this time, other than one small component of the grass that was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem, and that is just that I have not brought this to all of council yet, but I'm personally really advocating for pollinator-friendly planning and development, and hopefully that would help with water restriction and obviously seeding the soil for plutonium. So that's my thoughts on that. It's not really a question, but
I think we're certainly open to xeric and water-wise and pollinator gardens and more native landscapes and grass species and all of those things in combination with very efficient irrigation practices. I think that not only is it a goal of Westminster, but the greater Front Range and certainly a personal passion. So I don't have any problem being there.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I know that we have eager public comments here. I have had a request for a break, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we will come back at 8:50 to begin public comment on the hearing.
Mayor is going to start banging the gavel.
We're gonna.
I'm here.
We're gonna.
Okay, we just want to make sure you're prepared.
Okay, thank you all for your patience. That recess went slightly longer than I stated. So thank you, and thank you all for your time as we go ahead and get started with the speakers portion of the public hearing. So City Clerk, would you please call up our first speaker?
Yes, I'd also like to put into the record that we received 111 emails and 35 voicemails. The first speaker is Gary Kretschmer.
I understand this issue is in regards to the the comprehensive plan, but the developer has also shown us some potential proposals. So my comments will be focused on the comment. I've been a long-time Westminster resident. I've lived in the Zerger neighborhood since 1977. I remember when we had a neighborhood library, a neighborhood swimming pool. Those things are long gone. Probably none of you even know those were there. They were on the park property just south of Zerger. We've lost our elementary school. We've lost our junior high school. So the neighborhood has been significantly impacted over the years. I'm a retired City of Boulder planner and landscape architect. Please don't hold that against me. In my professional opinion, what is being proposed for Zerger is not quality infill development. It's simply an exercise of maximizing density on a small parcel of land with not a whole lot of thought in the process at this point in time. I believe it's the City Council's responsibility to make sure that the neighborhood gets a quality and compatible development. And I emphasize compatible development. I say that because there's a number of small issues that I'll address on very briefly. One, the narrow lots usually mean a lot of vertical development. It's the only way to get the square footage that they've proposed. There's quite a variety of housing in our neighborhood, and none of it is on small lots. It's all in 6, 8, sometimes even 10 and 12,000 square foot lots, depending on where they're positioned in the neighborhood. Narrow lots also exasperate parking on the streets. You don't think that's a problem, but once you put a 20-foot driveway in the middle or the side of a 40-foot lot, you can only have one car parking space in front of a lot. In Boulder, we used to call them 100-year parties. When they occur, parking ends up anywhere except where it should be. So I think that's going to be a potential problem for the rest of the neighborhood. There's also going to be limited visibility at the 2 intersections that are proposed because they're basically on the inside of a curve. Generally, any engineer, planner, or whatever will avoid that like the plague, trying to put a street on the inside of a curve. So there's going to have to be more than adequate vision triangles at the intersections of those 2 streets. Lastly, there was a comment about replacing the water line.
Sir, I apologize, but your time is up.
I'm all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gary Bland.
Happy New Year to each and every one of you. I look forward to getting started on this. I got 3 minutes. I sent a certified letter to Cardell regarding that we propose home building on the site within the first week of the publication in 2024. I delivered door-to-door flyers in effort to gain value of our needs and wants for the property with the creation of a survey. A survey of 450 people. 97% obviously said no to 40 homes on Zerger Elementary. I want to interject right now that the homes actually will have critical disruption to the current homes. They are building 2-story homes with small lots at 4,000 square feet. The number of homes they are building per acre does not represent the same character of the area. The other concern was Cardell's purchase from Jeffco School District. The assessed value only meets 52% of the true value. The fact that is, if they build the 40 homes, they will pay $1.8 million total in that contract for 8 acres of land and take away our natural setting as a public quasi-zone property. The fact that the school that we will be needed upcoming, younger families hold a true value itself, with it adding a future tax increase to build another to replace the current building in place. On May 7th, 2025, around 60 of us residents attended the Stanley Lake meeting in Arvada Library. The meeting lasted an hour and a half, 30 minutes to ask questions. Jim Fenimore presented a detailed plutonium presentation with our strong concerns. They alone clearly show public concern about the development. September 9th, 2025, the planning department meeting existing homeowners spoke and presented our concerns, small lots. $800,000 is what was quoted to us on that meeting. Plutonium concerns, homes that are in nature not compliant to surrounding homes. And we face increased assessment value to our homes with tax increases. Katie's here. An environmental specialist contacted me with concerns not enough samples had been completed for the plutonium's sample. General public hearing procedure and land use, letter M, council may approved with conditions, deny, remand to planning. I ask that you deny this tonight. Let's put this to rest. We want to sleep tonight, go home and be happy and enjoy our lives again. My time's up. I'm going to finish there.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Ragsdale.
With respect to the plutonium concerns, I think the City Council should add to the request tonight that the developer be required to have an escrow account funded similarly to the Rocky Flats settlement, given the distance. And that should be funded so that homeowners affected by the plutonium could make claims against that escrow account without having to file a lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jerry Fopp.
Good evening. First of all, I want to congratulate all of you for being voted in on the last election, and thank you for serving us. I am here to oppose the redevelopment amendment to Zerger. Zerger School and Land is a real asset to not just our community, but to all of us. I propose the city reuse the building for their own purposes. It could be a senior center, which the senior center we have right now is way off of 72nd and Federal, which is just too far for everyone. We could really use another senior center. Also, there's a lot of land involved here, and I have grandchildren, and some of them are in rugby, and we have to drive 30 minutes so that they can practice rugby in Glendale. I mean, the needs of the future are great for our young people even. Zerger's got a gymnasium. Why isn't that being utilized? I mean, we could have basketball activities there, pickleball, volleyball. I mean, for the young and the old. We just need to think a little bit more out of the box. And also, you know, we just passed for our training center for the police, fire, and city employees. I mean, this building could be repurposed for that need and save the city a lot of money, you know? The sale of this location has been way too low, and I know Jefferson County's the one that's selling it, but to me, this is a fire sale. You know, they're giving this property away for the amount of land it has, and I don't understand why the city of Westminster isn't taking advantage of this fire sale. I mean, if I was 10, 20 years younger, you know, I mean, I've got a couple rental properties. I'm constantly improving them. I call them my little house, and they look awesome, and I just can't help myself. Every 3 months, I'm doing home improvements somewhere, and because it's just my nature, you know. So I would like to say to Carvel, which is a really big concern for me, is the real estate market has gone down 20% in the Denver metro area in the last year. And it's a real concern to me that this development gets started and then the whole metro area is a boom or bust area. And I don't want them to get started and then all of a sudden exit and disappear on us. So thank you all for my service. And I would propose naming something against.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Nancy McNally needs to have her name on some building somewhere, please.
Thank you.
She served us so well, and we need to remember her. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pam Archer.
Good evening. I am here to speak my concerns with the Zerger Elementary redevelopment, and I just want to state some facts. Zerger's property was tested, and it did test positive for plutonium. Okay? When plutonium is disrupted, it's much like asbestos. It then presents a safety hazard to everybody. If you leave it alone, nothing happens. And if Cardell buys and they're digging, that's what's going to happen. I recommend that we look at more testing because of the fact that this morning I did get an email back from the EPA, and I think all of you got a copy of that, if I'm not mistaken. And they're all over the place. One paragraph, they said it's under the limits. The next paragraph says it's over the limits. The containment process, I have questions about if they do decide to move forward. Cardell states that the soil is fine and that there are all sorts of safety controls that Cardell's responsible for implementing. Due to the fact that they state that the soil is fine, concerns me that the safety controls will not be implemented. And I guess I'm just curious why the City Council, after all of this information, would vote allowing all of this to happen on such a small site with such dense homes. And I would like to see Cardell go elsewhere and build their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Byers.
Hi there. My name is Sally Byers, and I live at 9012 West 92nd Avenue. I've lived there for 30 years, and I am a former worker of Rocky Flats. I'd like to know how many of you guys would step out on the Rocky Flats, where they say it's a safe neighborhood to go and enjoy the open space. Colorado Health Department.
I appreciate you. You'll have to keep your comments to council.
Rocky Flats is here. How many of anybody, whether the developers or you guys, would be willing to stand out on the street of Everett and 90th for 8 hours a day with your family, with your friends, with your children, with your animals, and stand there and let the dust come over you? I worked at Rocky Flats. I worked at closing it. I know what goes on there. I know what the Colorado's Health Department did not help a lot of people. We have plutonium at the bottom of Stanley Lake. If you up Stanley Lake, that plutonium's gonna come to the top. I know that they have specialists, but they don't know what really happens to plutonium. I don't want to see my family, my friends, die of cancer because we disrupted soil. I have a niece who grew up in the neighborhood right behind me. She was 18 years old, never had anything wrong with her. She has epilepsy, grand mal epilepsy. Can't prove it's Rocky Flats because you can't. But I know that that has something to do with it. Animals have died in our neighborhood from cancer, high cancer. People have birth defects. There's lots of stuff that the plutonium affects, and it's a silent killer. I don't want to get cancer. I'm old in my age, but I don't want to get cancer. I don't want anybody's children in my neighborhood affected by this. Think about doing something else besides putting homes in that small space. I grew up in Chicago. They will be narrow homes, and they will not be part of the community because they will be different. Our neighborhood is old, and people sometimes look at us as they're those kinds of people. I ask that you make a good choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tim Byers.
I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak about this. I've been a Westminster resident for over 40 years. I grew up in Boulder. You can't tell by the lack of hair, but there's a lot of serious things going on here. I had a house built in Westbrook, which is on 100th and Wadsworth. When I bought that house, I had to sign a document stating that I would not sue if I got cancer. That's just up the street from where we are right now. I'm 2 blocks away from this building. It could be reutilized, and that really needs a serious consideration of doing a senior center. It could be a child's hair center. You ought to get a playground there. It's disrupting the soil is not good. It's just, I just really hate to see the change that's going on. I've been in this particular house 31 years. I don't want to see the major changes of something that doesn't look like the houses that are already there. I thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Brad Sherman.
And thank you, Mayor and Mayor Tim and members of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. First, I want to state for the record, I'm not a public official or politician. I'm a concerned resident who lives a block from the proposed development within the Kings Mill neighborhood. I moved to Westminster with my wife in 2024 because of its parks, trails, and open spaces, the same qualities our elected and re-elected council members have spoken about valuing and enjoying themselves. These shared spaces are central to Westminster's identity, to why people choose to live here. The proposal before us would convert part of Kings Mill Park into almost 40 private homes. Kings Mill is already a large established neighborhood with thousands of residents. This creates an inequitable trade-off, benefiting a small number of households while impacting thousands who rely on the space every day for walking, exercise, childcare access, and community connection. I understand the city's interest in realizing the value of this property and generating revenue, but we should not rush to make the most irreversible decision possible when there are flexible revenue-generating options that preserve community value. Once public land is rezoned and sold for housing, that decision cannot be undone. This raises an important question. what is truly the highest and best use of this property, the option that generates the greatest long-term value for the city while also benefiting the surrounding community. That question deserves thoughtful analysis, including consideration of long-term revenue models such as land leases and private partnerships, rather than a one-time sale that permanently removes public space. The site represents a rare opportunity to think forward, not just build faster. Closed schools are not liabilities. They are adaptable assets. At the same time, if the city's priority is to sell the property and generate revenue, there are private neighborhood-appropriate uses that achieve that goal while preserving the surrounding open space. These include private recreation and wellness facilities, childcare, as other members have shared, educational enrichment hubs, or mixed-use private model of recreation. Approving this amendment would set a precedent that public open space can be reduced for the easiest solution rather than the best one. That approach does not reflect the entrepreneurial, forward-thinking spirit that Westminster is known for, nor the shared values residents and council members have expressed about protecting open space and quality of life. This gives Westminster the chance to lead, to create a thoughtful, flexible solution that balances revenue, equity, and community benefit without permanently sacrificing what makes this city thrive. I urge the committee to pause, study the alternatives, and consider the highest and best use of this land before making an irreversible decision.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeff Godwin.
Hello, my name is Jeff Godwin. I live at near 94th and Independence, which is about a half-mile away from the Zerger Elementary property. But my family drives by Zerger Elementary all the time. We go and play at the Kings Mill Park. I have 3 young children, and so we take advantage of the amenities that this property already has to offer. And I'm here today to say what I suspect will make me a very unpopular person in this room right now. But I am going to urge you to vote in favor of this proposal to change the land status to allow the redevelopment. And I have 3 reasons for urging you to do that. First reason is that I know several of you ran on a platform of improving housing affordability in our community. And one way to improve affordability is to just simply build housing. There are many aspects of the current proposal that I'm looking at right now that honestly will probably not do a whole lot to improve affordability. But every parcel that gets redeveloped, every house that gets built is a step in the right direction. This is not a problem that Westminster can solve on its own. But Westminster has a role to play in solving this much larger problem that we have in the metro area of unaffordable housing. So I would urge you to think about that. And every time that City Council adds another stipulation to these plans, every time that there's a pause, right, that drives up the cost of any subsequent units that are actually built. So if we want to complain about $700,000 or $800,000, totally agree. That's not affordable for a teacher. That's not affordable for a firefighter. Those are the people that we want living in these communities. We need to think about what City Council has done to actually drive up the cost of development. Because I remember when the initial proposal was made in 2024, these guys were talking about building townhomes, which would have been much more affordable. And City Council told them, we want single family housing instead. So you guys should think about that. The second issue that I want to talk about is plutonium really quickly. I know that's a very hot topic, no pun intended there. But I think that, this site had plutonium contamination when it was an active school. Kids were playing on this site on a daily basis. I find it a little hard to believe that it wasn't safe for kids to play on, it was safe for kids to play on, and now suddenly it's not safe for us to redevelop it. I don't buy that argument. My wife is an environmental scientist. My wife's family worked at Rocky Flats. I would be fine standing out there and breathing the dust. And then the last thing I would say is that the school district has a $50 million budget deficit for the next fiscal year that they have to fill somehow. They are cutting 132 full-time positions as of, in the Denver Post just a few days ago. I'm out of time here, but I'm just going to say, this money is going to, if it's not
Thank you,
redeveloped-
sir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you.
The next speaker is David McBride.
My name is David McBride, and I currently live less than 500 feet east downwind of the Zerger Elementary. I opposed this development from the moment that I first found it. I tried to figure out why we want to tear up this wonderful neighborhood space that people use every day. My wife has Alzheimer's. She walks, the school's her landmark. She can still do that at least. And then the only reason I could figure out that we wanted that to be built was just so that developers can develop and make profit, period. I can't find anything else. And then when I heard at the Planning Commission meeting there was plutonium there, I really became concerned because they said there's plutonium, but they say it's okay. And if it's the same folks that told us Rocky Flats was okay, then just color me skeptical. So I did some research. I went into AI, let me put my glasses on here, and I asked it a question. What happens to the air quality of the surrounding neighborhoods when the infrastructure is constructed in new residential house development built on soil polluted with plutonium? Here's the answer. When the infrastructure and residential housing are constructed on plutonium-polluted soil, the primary impact on air quality is resuspension and dispersal of radioactive matter into the surrounding neighborhoods. It digs it up, the trucks run over it, makes finer particles, the wind blows it. I'm just east of there, okay? So that sounds like a clear and present health danger to me, okay? So the 2040 comp plan, as I read it, was designed to ensure, and I quote, a peaceful and vibrant community. Plutonium is neither peaceful nor vibrant. It is deadly. Let no one bullshit you on that, okay? So I have friends who died from that. So there isn't an acceptable level of plutonium. There's only legal limits for plutonium. There's no acceptable level. So since Cardell folks develop and they won't live there, they want to experience what we're going to experience. Dust, construction dust, and now it could be plutonium laced. My organic garden, my pets, you know, me, I have COPD as well. I'm not going to breathe this stuff. So riddle me this. Do developer interests outweigh our comp stated peace, health, vibrancy? You know, do those interests outweigh that? I just renewed my lease. I rent. Okay, I got faith in you guys. I'm 500 feet east, but I think you guys are wise enough, and I've heard encouraging things to vote not in favor of this, please. And I thank you in advance for your vote.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jamie Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City staff. My name is Jamie Chavez. I'm the President and CEO of the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. The Westminster Chamber of Commerce is pleased to support the Cardell Homes proposal for the former Zerger Elementary School site. As the voice and representation for the local business community, we support the transformation of this site into much-needed homes for current and future Westminster families, notwithstanding the benefits that the comprehensive plan amendment would ultimately provide to the Jefferson County School District. We understand change can be difficult for those who may be attached to the Zerger Elementary and everything that it did to serve our community. We also recognize the difficult situation that comes with repurposing school sites such as this one, so that it can be appropriately integrated into the community. However, this site has been vacant for nearly 15 years, and we are facing a time in our city's history where housing and opportunities for home ownership are needed more now than ever. The change proposal before you today is a perfect opportunity to bring more housing choice that fits the surrounding neighborhood character, all while adding green space and enhancement to Kings Mill Park and surrounding residents. Lastly, this comprehensive plan change is also equally important to our Jeffco School Board partners, as they no longer would need to spend valuable school district dollars maintaining a vacant and unused facility. These are important dollars that can be spent elsewhere in our school district, and the redevelopment of this site into housing would free up important resources and dollars for other school programming and sites across the city that need it most. On behalf of the Westminster Chamber of Commerce, I urge you to support the Zerger Elementary Comprehensive Plan change. We look forward to seeing more housing for families, seniors, and young professionals who want to call Westminster home. We support the long-term vision for this site as proposed, and we hope that you will vote yes on the change proposed before you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Richard Chamberlain.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Andrews, and councilors. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name's Rich Chamberlain. You called my name already. And we bought our house in Kings Mill around 40 years ago, give or take. I'm not sure. It's been a long time. All three of our children went to Zerger. They crossed the bridge over the ditch behind our house, and they were right there. That's one of the reasons we moved to the area, along with the fact that there was a library there before Jefferson County Libraries deserted Westminster, in spite of promises to the contrary since. My children, one of them has gone to Wyoming. One of them lives in Westminster in a townhome. The third one lives in Thornton because they couldn't find a place to live in Westminster. Some very good friends of ours, a young family with two small children, much younger than I am, were in an apartment in Westminster. They wanted to live in Westminster. And with their growing family, they needed to move. They're now in Deer Trail because they couldn't find a place to live in Westminster. So we depend on you to make sure it's safe. That's why I voted, because I'm depending on your expertise and your wisdom in doing that. Yes, let's make sure it's safe, but we need housing. We need housing. And in the time I have left, I'd like to address something else. Looking forward, I think we might have a lost opportunity here. When the comprehensive plan calls for diverse housing types, what I'm seeing is more of the same. I'm seeing more single-family homes, more of the suburban, is the word I want, sorry, I'm old. I'm seeing more of the suburban monoculture. And as we think about different types of housing, there's a huge gap between single-family housing on one extreme, and I'm sure most of you are already aware of this, and high-density housing on the other extreme. We need to think about what's in the middle. And if you look at many of the older neighborhoods, both in Westminster and around Denver, I'll come to a close, you see a variety of types of housing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Cruz.
Good evening. I just wanted to say,
you can lower that if you like. You can lower the desk and the mic, so you're not on tiptoe. There you go.
Yeah. You saw me. I live right across the street from Zerger, and so I'm watching all of this unfold. One thing I kind of wonder about, when and if this is built, are we going to see fences Is that going to be our view? When I look outside, because right now I look outside and I see openness. And you know, I see a lot of people walking around. They're walking up the street, they're going to Stanley Lake, they're getting out, because you know what? We need that open space. We need that getting out of our home, our environment. It's like, you know what? A lot of us are blue-collar workers, and we work a lot. And so we need a break, you know, and staying in your house, staying in your yard, but being able to get out, that's one of the things. I see people driving to the parking lot at Zerger, bringing their kids, bringing their pets, and they go for walks. And, you know, it's a very communal thing. And so I wonder if I'm going to see, when I look out there, a wall of fences, and that's it. That's going to be my view. When I walk out of my house, I'm going to see these are people's backyards that are backing up to the street. Is that going to be my view? So I don't want to see a whole wall. And another thing too, one of my friends, they lived in Highlands Ranch. So the houses were really close together and really not very far across the street from each other. And there was a lot of echo. The neighborhood echoed, the noise, the sound. I was like, that's not normal. That doesn't sound real. That's not like my neighborhood. It's not confined like that. And that's what I see this could end up being. That doesn't sound very appealing to me, but, and I wonder how it's going to affect the wildlife. And because I am a big advocate, I have so much wildlife that comes in and out of my yard. And it's like I saw a black fox. I saw the black fox. So we have a black, and that, he was seen originally up north. But I saw it the other night, so it's still around. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katie Scheibieler.
Good evening, thank you. Normally I talk off the cuff, but I'm going to read tonight because I'm tired. So my name is Katie Scheibler. My address is 8949 Cody Court, which is about 2 blocks to the east of the park. We've owned our home in Kings Mill since about 2021. I've been a Jefferson County resident my entire life, and I'm a 5th generation native of the area. I have served as a citizen liaison in several capacities in both Jefferson County and in Fremont counties. For many years, I acted as either a communications director or president of the Northeast Lakewood Neighborhood Organization and its associated group that was basically, it grew to identify single-family homes that were at risk for conflict with development within the area. My background is environmental health and safety, and I've been an environmental consultant as well as a public servant in the capacity of environmental enforcement my entire career until I left to raise my family. I have 3 small boys. I've spoken to several professional engineers and consultants and current city and state representatives regarding this matter. After reviewing the sample results taken from the Zerger property, I do note that the samples collected were analyzed for 3 different analytes or contaminants, all of which actually did result in a non-detection. However, these analytes, well, I should say, I know what that means, but I also know what that doesn't mean. While the results are encouraging, I do have concerns regarding the overall adequacy of the sampling effort. And I want to add, even though they were non-detect, many of them were above background levels. So we're sitting between an actionable level and non-detect, meaning not there. We can never say it's not there. I do not believe that a sufficient number of samples was collected to make the results statistically significant. As such, the data that was provided does not provide a high level of confidence regarding potential site-wide contamination or hotspots. I understand the historical problems with the area and fallout, as well as what it means to be in our operable Unit 3. I also understand that this area was signed off as free for unrestricted use in the late 90s, and nothing has really been done since. I also have a general understanding of risk analysis and acceptable ranges. Although the findings suggest favorable conditions, several questions remain. The report I viewed does not sufficiently describe the sampling methodology beyond noting that the samples were collected using a hand auger at a depth of approximately 6 to 8 inches below surface, nor does it identify how sampling locations were chosen. If this is incorrect information, I would like somebody to let me know. I understand that this was not a formal phase 1 site assessment, but the information is still relevant. Since I am not a subject matter expert, I would appreciate additional clarification on these points. I'm probably going to have to skip some things here. Talked a little bit about the background and it being above what's there. I believe pursuing additional sampling would be consistent with the approach taken in comparable similar projects, both locally and statewide, and that doing that would provide greater confidence in findings and support public trust in the conclusions that you come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kathleen Fuller.
Good evening, thank you. I wanted to offer my support in the comprehensive plan amendment. I know that this is not the final design, but I'm really encouraged by the connectivity between the new proposed neighborhood to the pathway. The neighborhood I live in, Westminster, just north of this, it is real spicy getting on the pathway, and although I biked here tonight, those first 100 feet are real scary. And I really like that this gives an opportunity for our new neighbors to have more sustainable transportation options and connect to the city through bike paths, through walkways. I heard the city staff mention that they would encourage you to make that a requirement, and I'd echo that. It would be great to have the surrounding neighborhood and the new neighborhood have that opportunity to have connectivity to bike paths. I also think that whilst I am sympathetic to the idea that this was an elementary school that we have strong emotional connection to, the state demographer does not support the idea that we're going to have a big boon in elementary school age children in Jefferson County in the near future. Like, it's not going to happen. And asking our already strapped school district to foot $150,000 a year in maintenance for this property is just not responsible. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Pegg.
Hello again, Council. My name is Tim Pegg. I live in the Countryside neighborhood. I'm also an alternate member of the Planning Commission, so you should know that the opinions I expressed tonight are my opinions and do not necessarily reflect those of the Planning Commission. So we did hear that the cost of these homes is likely not affordable to, say, working class folks. However, there's lots of research that shows that every home contributes to affordability by freeing up more modest homes. The folks who would likely move into these homes are going to choose one of two things. They're going to either outbid folks for more modest homes here in Westminster, or they're going to move somewhere where a home has not been built and develop on previously undeveloped land. So that might mean somewhere like Genesee, where you have stands of native pines that will get cut down to build homes, instead of here in Westminster on a site that, you know, does not have native trees on it. The other complaint that I heard that I think you should address is that you know, parking conflict may occur because these homes are close together. But to get rid of that parking conflict means less homes, and parking is free. People are not really willing to pay for parking, but they are willing to pay a lot for these homes. And I think that shows just how great the difference is between those two different needs. And so I'm urging you to support this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Farrington.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you so much for the chance to speak to you. My name is Michael Farrington. I am a co-lead with the advocacy group EMB North Metro. I'm here to speak and ask you to support this housing project today. as my co-lead, Tim, kind of mentioned, this project is not one that creates a massive affordable housing development. It does not create thousands of units that would help average homeowners and renters better access Westminster, as I usually kind of testify for. Instead, this is a really good example of a home that will help make filtering a possibility. My wife and I are in the middle of purchasing a home, and one of the things that's challenging is as we look for a home, we're transitioning from a home from, we're renters now, and we're looking to try to buy a home to start a family. And we're discovering that we are going to inevitably, as a lawyer and accountant, displace a family who is not a lawyer and an accountant. Because the community we're looking in does not have a lot of new homes, it creates that functional inability for us to find a home that fits our family's needs. Homes like this, homes at Cardell is creating, help create a market segment that meets what demand looks for. This will help create a larger park. It will maintain that park. It takes care of a problem. I think you're absolutely correct to ask a lot of questions about some of the radiation contamination. It helps address some of those problems by offloading these retention ponds to no longer be a city and a county responsibility, to no longer be a cost that's weighing on the school district, to instead be a responsibility of a private HOA and a developer. I would encourage you to support this housing project and to approve it. I would encourage you to, if you have concerns about the radiation, as many of the folks in this room do, approve it with a condition to do further testing. You can do a lot of conditions. I would encourage you to look at that, but there's no reason to halt a project that may not be perfect, but we don't know yet. Thank you so much for your time, and I urge an eye on this project.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cassidy DeGroot.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Cassidy DeGroot. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I am speaking in support of the proposal to construct 40 new homes on the site of the old school. I grew up just over the border in Arvada off of Wadsworth, an area that I enjoyed living and growing up. Unfortunately, this school has sat empty for years and years. Even now, my youngest brother, who is still in the Jeffco School District, has schools closing due to declining enrollment. We do not need more old buildings continuing to sit empty. I'm asking that this council approve this plan, not just because it creates 40 new homes in the neighborhood, but because it also creates a good solution for this location. Doing this will make an improvement to the existing park, make the property more amendable, and bring new people and voters to our community for tax purposes and creating new homes for families in our community. Thank you again.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Robin Benson.
Good evening. I want to speak to the humanity piece of this redevelopment proposal. Rocky Flats contamination, there was found to be americium, uranium, plutonium isotopes all found on the property. I grew up in the neighborhood. I actually still live there. I chose that. But I also know, as sadly someone mentioned tonight, if the kids weren't dying then, why would they be dying now? Well, I can say I did witness the deaths of my neighbors and my classmates. They did die, and we didn't understand. And as a young child, this was in 1975 when we moved into the Kingsmill neighborhood, we didn't understand. We just were told you can't go and recreate in Stanley Lake, just stay out of the water. Don't get out of the boat. Don't go fishing. And those were wise warnings, and I think they should be still upheld. But I do have serious concerns about disturbing the dirt. I am also happen to be a registered nurse, and I have taken care of the nuclear workers from Rocky Flats. They all had strange cancers. Their lives were impacted, and where did they work? We are all downwinders here, and to disrupt the ground it would be a tragic mistake. The Department of Defense provides care for the workers who are exposed. What will Cardell Homes offer? Will they take on that risk for people who are impacted by the dust that is going to be stirred up with this proposal? For those who are unaware of the history, look up the book Full Body Burden, Growing Up in the Nuclear Shadow of Rocky Flats by Kim Iverson. You will get a firsthand account of what we all went through and what we saw. The question is, where will new generations of children go in the coming years? Because it will happen, maybe not right away, but it will happen. I'm also the granddaughter of people who started the first real estate company in Colorado, and I have the unique perspective of seeing that the housing market is tanking. And so $700,000 is like, no, that's not median, that's not low level. That would bounce people's taxes way higher, affordability. It just would be a sinking proposal. I'll skip that part. There was a study done recently for other proposals. You do have to go 12 inches down to find any of these isotopes. They are there. They have been since the first reaction in the late 50s, I believe. So with all due respect, and I will say, we've always wondered about that, and I do have a child with a brain tumor, and I grew up there. So please never let anyone tell you no one died and no one's sick and no one's impacted. I do respectfully request that this be seriously considered and not approved, and that something better can be done to repurpose that building. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Fenimore.
Good evening, Council. Got a lot to cover here real quick. Originally, Jeff Keeley said that it was going to be $800,000 for the houses. Now they're saying $700,000. They need 40-plus homes to be able to make it profitable. If you use common sense on this, this doesn't make any sense. I moved in this area in 1958. We were over in that area until 75. My dad died in 99 from cancer. My brother is currently in hospice from cancer. Another family member that I know very well has cancer, as 3 of the people in here know about. I'm not going to tell you who that person is. Corrections, they say there was any other buyers. I had a buyer, or have a buyer that's interested in using the property as is, so that's a lie that Cardell said there. Jeff also said that if there's plutonium, it's on public record, they wouldn't build. It was said right in this room here. Let's see. Jefferson County Schools, they have a fall in their income because they just lost $33 million. Poof, gone. They don't know where it's at. Poor management. So they're trying to sell this stuff at fire sales to cover their rear ends. So far, there's more yeses or no's than there are nays here. It's like at least 3 to 1. Most of the yeses are city members. How can Tim Pegg come in here when he's on the planning commission? That's conflict of interest, along with his wife or girlfriend. That's 2 votes right there. I asked you last time at planning when he came forward, David, confront that. You said you would. He's back again. Now then, Jamie Chavez, what's she got to say about this? She's the Chamber of Commerce. What's she got to say about this? We had 56 people at the last meeting that most of them were at the May 7th. They were not in favor. Cardell also likes to buy property that are distressed. They bought the property down there at 69th and Federal and developed the Westminster Station property with some homes down there that they bought that, and that was a Superfund site. Here we got plutonium. Now then, out here at Rocky Flats, buildings 771 and 881 are the most polluted buildings in the country.
Thank you.
You guys need to take a really good, hard look at this, and this is not good. If you look at the map,
Jim, I'm sorry, your time's up.
yep, if you look at the map, it's very congested, and comprehensive plans are for a purpose.
The next speaker is June Claiborne.
My name's June Claiborne, and I live at 9192 West 92nd Avenue, about 3 blocks from Zeiger. I've lived there almost 40 years, and I'm opposed to this project for many of the reasons that have already been stated, and I hope that you will vote this proposition down.
Thank you.
And that was our last speaker.
Thank you so much to all our speakers and for your time and your patience as we hear everything out. The time is now 9:52, and we will close out the open public hearing. Due to the volume of information that we've taken in, which is 111 emails, and the number of voicemails, I want to be sure that we've digested all of that information, and we are also missing a counselor here. So I'm looking for a motion from our council to postpone deliberations until our following meeting, to make sure that everyone is present for this call, because this is clearly garnered a lot of attention, and I don't think that doing this 6 out of 7 would do it justice. So I'll pause there and look for a motion. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to continue council's deliberation and formal action on this application to January 26th, 2026 at the council meeting to ensure all members of council have been thoroughly reviewed the record and are present to consider this item.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem Namella?
I second that. Oh. Sounds like a lot of us second it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. City Clerk?
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
Yes.
Councilor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
And Councilor Barajas.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you so much. And again, I just want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for your deliberations. And excuse me while I find my place. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good. Oh, you found it. Yeah, you're good right there. Should we give everyone a second to filter out?
Did you close?
Yeah, they're gonna drag me down.
One more. Do that a little louder.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, we're back to business. We are now going to go to item 10B, which is the public hearing and consideration of a preliminary development plan amendment and official development plan amendment for the Summit Point at Briar Heights subdivision filing 2. It is now 9:56 p.m. I will open this public hearing. Does staff have a presentation? Thank you.
Yes, we do, Mayor. I'm just going to switch over to it here. And Red Batzel, a senior planner with our office, will do the presentation for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Red Batzel, senior planner, here to provide you with the staff presentation for this public hearing item. As part of bringing the project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created and tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, the mailed notices, and the posted notices are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of this public hearing were mailed to 1,146 property owners and tenants and 3 HOAs within 1,000 feet of the parcel under consideration tonight. 4 public notification signs were posted on the subject property, and the city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. The project site's located on the corner of West 82nd Place and Clay Street, and it's currently addressed as 2677 West 82nd Drive. This site plan is from sheet 4 of the ODP, the official development plan. The applicant has prepared the PDP, the preliminary development plan, and the ODP at the same time. And Section 11.514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing a PDP amendment. Staff finds that the preliminary development plan amendment generally meets these criteria as outlined in the agenda memo. And Section 11.515 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 17 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing an official development plan. And staff finds that the ODP generally meets these criteria as outlined in your agenda memo as well. So staff recommendation is to hold a public hearing and approve the preliminary development plan amendment and official development plan amendment. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 6-0 on November 18th, 2025. Staff finds that a recommendation of approval of the application would meet the city's strategic plan priorities for access to opportunity and resilient infrastructure, which are met by using existing infrastructure and facilitating infill development within existing neighborhoods. That'll provide additional diverse housing types within the city. Thanks for your attention. There are several staff members here tonight available to answer the questions. And the applicant is with us tonight and has a presentation as well.
Thank you. Any questions for staff at this time? Mayor Pro Tem.
Losing it, it's late. I had a question about the spacing between the setback of the existing, the setback for the planned development, and because it looks really close to the existing development, it's kind of hard to tell when you're looking at the images and what the distances are.
Yes.
Can you describe consistency with setbacks and kind of, especially on the northeast side of or on the eastern end of the project?
Yes, let me grab the plans really quick. Okay, thank you for your question and patience while I pulled up the site plan here. So it looks like they're not asking for any change from what was originally approved in the previous ODP. So as part of that amendment, those setbacks wouldn't be changing, and they're not asking for any exceptions to the requirements.
Okay, so they're consistent. The other question I had was, there's some areas that are called like passive open space. Are those part of the existing PDP then? And are they getting credit for it in terms of required dedication?
One second. So I see that a public land dedication was previously met by an 8.04 acre park site that was dedicated to the west adjacent to the current development. And so they were not required to dedicate additional land with this development. And those open spaces that you see are specific to provide the required open space for these residential units.
Well, that's what I was, sorry, it's late, and so I'm not. Yeah. I was more concerned about those spaces, which seem like leftover narrow areas actually contributing to usable, functional open space areas that are required.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem Jacob Causa, Principal Planner for Current Development. So for single-family attached developments such as this, the city has a 40% landscaped area requirement. And so anything you see labeled private open space is generally going to fall into the category of just landscaped area. Specifically for functional areas, we require 4% of the total land area to be dedicated or to be set aside as a private park, owned and maintained privately. And so they're generally targeting that area into the interior, and same location it's kind of always been, where they would build a turf lawn and then have an amenity space there. And then generally the kind of the guise of the way the state is entirely moving, the majority of landscaped area that isn't identified as functional is generally turning into shrub beds and in less utilized grass areas. And so that's what you're going to see is kind of all these funky spaces. And I'll note that this development plan kind of follows the same pattern that has been laid out since 1999. I think we determined the last one was approved. So that's kind of, it's based off the old designs that were kind of in place. And you get these weird, funky remnants that are usually left behind and they turn into just landscaped area.
Okay, yeah, you know I'm not loving it, but okay, and then the last question I had was about the exception that they're asking for with the minimum garage width. And have we allowed the 18 feet elsewhere? I don't feel like we did, but.
So we in a few instances, the city has approved smaller garage widths. Green Lawn Townhomes at 92nd and Pierce is one that comes to mind. Downtown, we also use a smaller garage width as well. Typically, we like to keep the interior dimensions of a garage from outside of stud to, or drywall face from 20 feet wide and 22 feet clear. It's kind of been a non-standard practice that we've done. All of Uplands is like this, where we have declared an 18 by 19 area of the garage that must remain entirely free and clear. And then outside of that 18 to 19, they're allowed to put stairs into. So we have that as a very common condition in our development plan approvals, and it's in every single Uplands ODP. So we do have that condition. This is a little bit different because they're actually requesting to not keep the 20 by 22. They want to go smaller than that and still keep the 18 by 19 clear.
Yeah. And then are they going for 20-foot lot widths, or is it somehow less than that? So I'm assuming they might actually exceed, if they get 20 feet, they might exceed the 18. Just very narrow and not usable.
We can have the applicant address that question as well, just to be sure. But I believe they're a little bit wider than 20.
Lots, okay.
We can also measure that and pull it up for you in just a second.
Okay, I just mainly don't love the exception, but thank you.
If you want to come to the podium, we can ask a question.
So some of the existing condominiums, so the adjacent townhomes that were part of the 99 proposal, there's 5 buildings that were built and then the development kind of went stale in about 2006. Those actually have some 1-car garages as well. So this developer is proposing all 2-car garage, and they're generally about 20 feet wide for the lots. So. Yeah, and that's actually, we ended up with that same situation at Uplands as well. There's one property where they did 20 feet center of stud to center of stud, and so we got a smaller garage out of that there. Our TMUD regulations are a little bit different in garage sizing than the single family detached and single family attached standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ireland, did you have anything?
I just wanted to know, like I usually do, how much parking is for each unit.
Thank you, Councilor Island, for your question. It's about 20% of the site dedicated to parking and drives, and there are 50 units, so 100 parking spaces are required. The applicant's providing 106 parking spaces. And then guest parking for the 50 units, 17 spaces are required and 22 spaces are provided.
Also, I think it said there was 6 exceptions. So one of them's the garage size, and what are the others?
Yes, that's correct. One of them is the garage size. Another is the use of retaining walls over 4 feet in height. Typically, the maximum is 4 feet. But with this site, the residential units are slab on grade and don't allow for any additional grade drop across the lot, so the additional height of those retaining walls is required to tie into the existing grades. The other 4 exceptions reference standards that were not required in the previous ODP, and so are therefore not carried over and required in this one.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And now for the applicant's presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kurt Moji with PCS Group, located at 200 Calumet Street in Denver. Thank you for taking the time to be here tonight, and thank you to City Council for your service to the community and city staff for your guidance and support throughout this process. I'm here tonight to present the preliminary development plan and overall development plan for Summit Point, an extension of the existing Summit Ridge Townhome community. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce our project team. PCS Group is serving as the land planner and landscape architect. Caliber is our civil engineer, responsible for grading, drainage, and utilities. Godin Sudik Architects is leading the architectural design. The developer is West 82nd Drive LLC, and Lennar will serve as the home builder.
And sir, I should have said so earlier, you can raise the podium a bit with a button on your right.
This. Yep. Thank you. West 82nd Drive LLC is led by Otto Eichinger and Eric Head, who have more than 25 years of experience developing and building in the Denver metro area. Their work focuses on infill neighborhoods with an emphasis on revitalizing older areas into modern, high-quality communities. Lennar is a publicly traded home builder with a long and proven track record, having built over 1 million homes nationwide. Their experience and commitment to quality, value, and integrity guide every home that they build. This slide shows the project location. The site is an ideal infill opportunity, serving as a natural extension of the Summit Ridge Townhomes Phase 4. Rather than relying solely on a vicinity map, we wanted to illustrate how this property fits within the surrounding built environment. On just 5¼ acres, the site is adjacent to single-family homes, cobblestone park, independent living, townhomes, condominiums, and a middle school. Given this context, we believe townhomes are an appropriate land use that help fill the missing middle housing need highlighted in 2040 comprehensive plan by providing more attainable and diverse housing choices. This slide highlights the existing conditions on the property. We've maintained the current entrances, preserving the existing road alignment, and keeping the 3 eastern emergency access points to ensure that there is no cut-through traffic for Park Rise condos. We've also retained the detention area and on-site guest parking. Our goal is to respect the existing conditions while creating meaningful common areas, courtyards, and a strong sense of community. This slide presents the illustrative overall development plan. The site includes 50 townhome units across 11 buildings, ranging from duplexes to sixplexes. All homes are alley loaded with garages in the rear and front doors facing green courts or public streets. Unit sizes range from approximately 1,300 to 1,800 square feet, offering 2 to 3 bedrooms and 2 to 2.5 bathrooms. Of the 50 homes, 37 have 2-car garages and 13 have 1-car garages. The plan provides 128 total parking spaces, including 28 guest spaces exceeding city requirements. The preliminary development plan has also been amended to include duplexes as part of the building mix. The site features several open spaces designed for recreation, leisure, and community gathering, using a mix of trees, turf, and pedestrian-friendly connections to create a cohesive and walkable environment. This slide highlights the community amenities. At the heart of the site is a large central green with a shaded picnic area, an inviting space anchored by the architecture of the surrounding homes. In addition to the main green, several smaller passive open spaces are distributed throughout the site, providing opportunities to walk, gather, and enjoy the outdoors. The existing trail corridor along the south side of the site is preserved. Located adjacent to Allen Ditch, it provides a substantial buffer between the proposed townhomes and the single-family homes in Shadow Ridge, offering privacy, separation, and meaningful open space. The site has strong internal circulation that supports safe vehicular movement and comfortable pedestrian access. Buildings are arranged to separate vehicles from pedestrians, enhancing safety and walkability. 5-foot internal walkways provide accessible pedestrian routes throughout the neighborhood. The design also connects seamlessly to surrounding communities and nearby amenities. Internal roads meet city standards and will be privately maintained and will provide full access for residents and visitors. This slide provides perspective imagery of the western and southern edges of the site. Along Clay Street, the streetscape is enhanced with an entry column and front-facing homes, creating a welcoming and connected interface with surrounding neighborhood. Along the southern edge, the Allen Ditch is fully preserved with no changes proposed, helping retain the natural character of the area. This slide further highlights pedestrian connectivity. The internal walkway system provides direct routes linking homes, open spaces, and adjacent neighborhoods. In addition to the central green, the plan features courtyard and several smaller passive spaces throughout the site. These areas support an active, connected, and community-oriented environment. This slide shows the architectural styles proposed for the community. We are offering 2 elevation options, one traditional and one with modern roof lines for a more contemporary feel. Homes incorporate stone and lap siding for texture, durability, and visual interests. All townhomes are 2 stories, approximately 30 feet tall, with main living areas on the first floor and bedrooms typically on the second floor. As mentioned earlier, the preliminary development plan is being amended and we meet all 10 city approval criteria. Key highlights include conformance with city code and the comprehensive plan, including the goal of providing more single-family attached missing middle housing, compatibility and harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, no adverse impacts on adjacent properties, a design that minimizes hazards and provides safe conditions for vehicles and pedestrians. This slide summarizes the ODP approval criteria. As part of this application, the ODP is being amended. The amendments include updating the layout and building mix to incorporate a paired home. The amendment maintains previously approved exceptions and adds 2 new ones. The first new exception relates to the maximum retaining wall height, which is typically limited to 4 feet. Because of the residential units are slab on grade, we are not able to create significant grade changes across individual lots. As a result, the retaining wall needs to be higher along the Allen ditch in the adjacent trail corridor. The second exception is for interior garage dimensions. The city's standard is 22 feet by 20 feet wide, while we are proposing garages that are 19 feet deep by 18 feet wide. Since the HOA will maintain all front yard landscaping, residents won't need additional space for lawn and yard equipment. This makes the slightly smaller garage more than sufficient for practical everyday use. That concludes our presentation. Thank you again for taking time this evening. We're happy to answer any questions and provide any additional information you may need.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Nomello?
All right, thank you for your presentation. I guess I should have asked you about the garages. Are they really going to be 18 feet internal, or are you going to be a little bit bigger than that?
Did you say, can they be bigger than that? No, they will be 18 by 19, or what was stated previously. 19 feet deep and 18 feet wide.
Okay, it's kind of not great, but the other question I have is the retaining wall. How high will it be?
The maximum height is, let's see here, is a little bit over 8 feet.
Whoa. Are we adding, for staff, are we requiring there to be some type of fencing or railing or protective? Or can we step the retaining wall?
So we are requiring a railing on them. We require those for any walls over 3 feet, typically when they're adjacent to a pedestrian way, and these will be. The reason why we can't step, so the previous designs have all used kind of a walkout basement style to capture that grade change, and this applicant is seeking to do that slab on grade, so you can't capture any change with the unit. And so we're kind of faced with a situation where up against the canal, it was previously planned that the walkout basements would go there, and they're seeking to use a retaining wall to make up that grade.
Thank you.
And space is very limited against that canal.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Barajas?
So I'm just looking at the presentation. On slide 8, is that the that 7 foot or 8 foot? There's like just an image of what the drainage corridor would look like. So I'm wondering if that is what Mayor Pro Tem Nomello was asking about, the higher retaining wall right there in the bottom right corner.
That is correct.
Okay. So, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and it does show the handrail at the top.
Okay, yeah, so the handrail would be there, and that would there be any, in terms of engineering, is there any access through that corridor to those homes, or would they have to go around, like would there be steps going up at any point in that wall?
From the trail that's adjacent to the Allen ditch?
Yep, yeah.
No,
Okay.
there is not.
Okay.
There was requests by neighbors to have, to allow that, but the Allen ditch, we cannot cross the Allen ditch.
Okay, oh, we can't encourage any sort of crossing through there?
Correct.
Okay. Can you just state out loud what the reason is for that?
The Allen ditch controls that property, and they said we could not have that connection.
And then the other exception in terms of the reduction in garage sizes, are residents losing, or not residents, but buyers, are they losing a car essentially with is the difference between the maximum or what our standard is with 20 feet width, a 20-foot width? Does the reduction to 18 mean it goes from 2-car garages to 1-car garage typically?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate some of the questions that were asked by my fellow councilors. I just had, I guess I had two questions, and one thing that I wanted help clarifying, and for context, I live in Park Rise, so you can actually probably see my car in these pictures in the development plan, and I'm the president of the HOA over there in addition to this role. And there is a lot of concern around the emergency access throughways because those gates don't stay shut very well because we have to leave them just pinned so that the firefighters can maintain access through there. And so one of the questions I have is about the administration of this development. Is it going to have its own standing HOA administration of all the common areas here, or is it what's the structure for that?
We would like to join with the existing, the 5 homes that are, buildings that are already there. We would like to join with that HOA, but if they aren't interested, we would create our own. To me, it makes more sense that it would all be one because we're all sharing the roads. We'd all be sharing that open space.
And then the other question I had is around access to the Allen Ditch and maintenance of the Allen Ditch, because we see a lot along that Allen Ditch, especially with a really high retaining wall. Those big trees right there have continued to pose a problem. And so one of the questions I had with that wall is the property line for this area cross the Allen's Ditch into the walkway, or is it only up to the north edge of the Allen's Ditch?
The property includes the Allen Ditch, the property boundary, but the improvements go right up to the northern edge of the Allen Ditch.
Sir, can you speak a little closer to the mic for our listeners?
Yes. Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
The improvements, the improvements go up to the edge of the Allen Ditch on the north side. No improvements can happen to the Allen Ditch. The trail is on the south side of the Allen Ditch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rosati?
Thank you. Please forgive me if you had said this already, but did you say this was for sale?
It is for sale. And
My favorite question, what's the price point? And then secondarily, how much community input have you received?
To answer the last question, we had a community meeting. It was in person. We had, I can't remember how many people we had show up, 6, 7, 8. It was a rather small meeting. Most of them were the surrounding residents that were interested in what was going to happen. The price point for these will be market driven, but what I've been told is that they're looking at around $500,000.
As the starting?
As the starting point.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Ireland?
All my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Okay. And that leaves me to think about it. And I think all of my questions have been answered as well. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. And did we have anybody sign up for public testimony on this?
We received no emails and no phone calls, and nobody has signed up for testimony on this.
Okay.
There was one email, just like for the record, I thought. Maybe I'm looking at
Councilor Barajas, please speak in the mic.
Just for the record, I think there was one email, but it might have been for the next one, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Not that it's that, I just wanted to like clarify on the record. Oh, never mind. It was for a different one, sorry.
Okay, and if it doesn't come to the public comment email box, it won't be included to the record. Sometimes they email council and
Okay, sorry, no, I was in like the agenda. Sorry, I remove my comment. I don't know what I was looking at.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think there was one. There was one about it. Someone that worked close to there didn't want all the disruption from the.
Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing it now.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't want any disruption from all the construction because they had they work from home. I think that was the email.
Mayor, I believe that's part of the planning commission records included in the packet.
I'm waiting for nods of confirmation. Okay. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for everyone for correcting the record. Okay, in that case, may I have a motion? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve the 5th amended preliminary development plan for the Summit Point at Briar Heights subdivision filing 2. This recommendation is based on the findings that the preliminary development plan generally complies with the criteria in section 11.5.14 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councillor Barajas?
Second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Zadi.
Just wanted to say thank you for bringing this project to us. It's really critical right now. We have a housing crisis, and this really provides that missing middle that is desperately needed. And I do love the pricing point. That's where we need to be, I think, for most humans right now in the States to be able to afford that. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Even though I do not really like the design of this, and I'm not in love with the parking sizes, I'm going to trust staff that you have looked at this, and I will vote in the positive because I don't think it negatively impacts the surrounding area. But boy, I wish it was designed a little bit better. Thanks.
Councillor Barajas?
Yes, just wanted to reiterate the thanks. Taking on the risk of these projects is, a lot, and so I appreciate any of these things, that are brought forward to us. And as we've seen tonight, maybe not for this exact hearing, but just in general in this community, we just really appreciate attention to safety and resident concerns. So I appreciate you sharing the designs that attend to the environment and safety for in this development.
Okay, with no other comments, I will say I'm really grateful for townhouses. I live in a townhouse. I think we need more townhouses. And to Councilor Zadi's point, this is a good, it's market rate, and yet it is entry level, and it's also a good downsize cost, rate as well. So this is.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, I apologize, Councilor Ireland.
No problem.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Overall, I'm happy with it, especially that it has more parking than code. I'm just not thrilled with the garage size, but everything else is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And I apologize for missing you. But yeah, I will say I'm a big fan, so thank you. And I just want to say too that, this is an area that we're really invested in right now. And so aesthetically, building this up and getting a project in there right in the middle of kind of an infill area, I think is going to boost the whole neighborhood. So that's really important as well. May I have a roll call vote?
Councillor Zadi.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella.
Yes.
Councillor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you. May I have the next motion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Where'd it go? Sorry, I'm trying to find it. I move to approve the 10th amended official development plan for the Summit Point at Briar Heights subdivision filing 2. This recommendation is based on the finding that the official development plan generally complies with the criteria in section 11.5.15 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella.
Yes.
Councillor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
And Councilor Zadi?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you. That brings us to item 10C, which is a public hearing and recommendation for the third amended preliminary development plan for Interchange Business Center filing number 1, West 136th Avenue, Walmart cell tower site. Do we have, it is 10:31 p.m. and I will now open the public hearing. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Let me go ahead and load that up. And Nathan Lawrence will give this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Nathan Lawrence, Senior Planner with the city's Planning Division. As part of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created. Tonight's public hearing has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, and tonight's presentation and public notices are hereby entered into the public record. The notices of the public hearing were mailed to all property owners, tenants, and HOAs within 1,000 feet of the parcel under consideration. Public notification signs were posted on the subject property. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. The project is proposed on the existing Walmart site that is addressed at 200 West 136th Avenue on the southwest corner of I-25 and West 136th Avenue. The cell site is proposed to be installed on the south side of the property behind the existing Walmart building. The proposal includes a 35-foot by 65-foot walled area containing mechanical equipment in addition to a 155-foot tall cellular structure. The proposed location is in an existing landscaped area to the south and rear of the Walmart, adjacent to a rear access drive that's primarily used for loading. The site was selected in coordination with city staff in order to reduce impacts to a nearby multi-use trail and to minimize the visual impacts. Multiple carriers are intended to be hosted on the cellular structure and has been regulated on the PDP. To accommodate the cell site, a portion of the landscaped area would be removed and a retaining wall constructed into the existing slope. A masonry wall that matches the existing Walmart building will screen the mechanical equipment, and landscaping would be planted around its perimeter. Section 11514 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing a preliminary development plan amendment. Staff finds that these criteria are met by the application as outlined in the agenda memo. Staff recommendation is to hold a public hearing and recommend that the City Council approve the preliminary development plan amendment. On December 9th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously in favor of recommendation of approval. Staff finds that a recommendation of approval would meet the city's strategic plan priorities of community empowerment and engagement and economic vitality are met through the provision of enhanced cellular communication technology, which will enable enhanced resident and business communication. Thank you for your attention. Staff's here to answer any question, and the applicant is also with us tonight with a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilor Ireland? Okay.
I just wanted to find out I was going to ask if it would provide more service than it was going to previously because it was not as tall.
I'll probably let the applicant explain that because they're better experts than I am.
Great. Great, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And now for the applicant's presentation.
Yep. So just up and down on it? Okay. Let me start. Thank you for staying. I have my 10-year-old here. I pulled him out of school in the Seattle area, flew here to be here. So if we wouldn't have had this, I would have been devastated. And they often do. I've been to these before, and when it gets too late, they'll just, enough's enough, and they'll cancel it. That would have been awful. So let me say, I appreciate you being here. I'm wasting your time more by doing this, but let me get on with it. So he explained the project, and we've explained it in the other planning commission. Obviously, that was a different body, so I'll repeat some of that information. But it's a 150-foot tower. When we were in the planning stage, we obviously looked at different stealthing procedures for this and how we wanted to do it. You know, you can do a fake tree, but at this height, it just adds more bulk, and it tends to be a bad idea from an aesthetic perspective. So we do have some screening around the top of the antennas up top. That will be Verizon, and you have basically a RFP that's radio frequency transparent material that's kind of like fiberglass, and that goes over the antennas, so it covers kind of the details so that at least you don't see the inners of the antenna and some of the equipment that we have there. We have that screened off. And the cabling, what's left of cabling, you don't have as much nowadays as you used to, but what's left of the little cabling that we have goes through the tower so that you don't see that. It pops out of a doghouse at the bottom of the tower into the equipment. And that's kind of, this is the photo simulation here of what you see, and we'll get to those a little bit later. So I noticed the council member had asked a question about coverage, and that kind of goes to what I have right here. This is the coverage map. This is a before, this is an after. Again, before, after, before, after. You don't see a huge dramatic change. The green is outdoor though. So to get outdoor coverage versus indoor is quite different. And if you look closely, you can tell it actually does have a huge change because that entire perimeter of that area is being filled in. So you have all that purple area, which is essentially zero coverage. And if it has purple or yellow here, if you're inside, you're not getting any coverage. And essentially what happens around this area is Interstate 25, as people get off work and the interstate fills up, that's when that area gets really taxed and coverage becomes super difficult in the areas that are congested. And then when everybody gets home, the areas in the residential neighborhoods, that area becomes to get taxed, particularly in the evening hours when people are using their phones for a variety of uses. I mean, that can be anything from streaming to texting to sending pictures, whatever, we all do it. Then it gets really busy during that time, and then the whole, the entire routine starts over the next day. So by filling this in and at the height we are, this is really an infill project. It will help solidify these existing sites. So you can see in here the other existing sites, these little shapes that look like, I don't know, kind of 4 triangles next to each other. Those are existing sites. So this site will help those also. So it doesn't just fill in this circle area of the search ring, it also helps offload all those existing sites. So that's really particularly now when we're in an environment where most of these sites are already built. If they could be built and they're easy, they already be built. So now we're doing infill 5G areas just to really work on capacity. Actual coverage isn't really the goal anymore. It's getting capacity so that everything works properly. Here's an overhead. Again, as Nathan spoke to, we chose the south side because on the east side, there's a trail, an interurban trail, and it would have kind of interfered with the access and been more visible from the on-ramp there. By putting it behind the Walmart, we're really hiding the bottom of it and keeping it out of the way of the trail. And that back there, I believe, is a floodplain. So it shouldn't ever be built on because that's used for flooding and for, I think, wastewater management also. And we are removing 6 trees, but we're also planting 20. So that should be more than accounted for. This is an overhead a little bit closer in. again, go past these. So they're just outlining potential future carriers that would attach to here. Verizon is the initial, but below in the future, as in an SBA, the company that I represent, we absolutely want additional carriers. We're not a carrier coming from this and kind of competing with an AT&T or T-Mobile and saying, we don't want you here. We want it. The more carriers we get, the merrier. It's better for the community because they get more coverage. It's better for us because we get the rent. So we're really building that initial tower with the one carrier and hoping we get more. You know, whether that happens or not is, right now I can't say for sure, but we do have one anchor tenant, and that's Verizon. Photo simulation from, you can see kind of the key that's in the upper left, and I believe this would be from the I-25 ramp there. That's why you see the arrow. It's in bold, and you can kind of see it in the outline there. This one would be coming from, I believe, is that I-25 south there? Yeah, because you get on the on-ramp from, I think, 136, and then as it converges into I-25, you'd be seeing this if you're going north, though, because you're not going to be looking behind you. And there's the tower, chosen a light gray because that blends in best with a blue sky, which, as we know here, is the primary sky color. And here we have right from the Walmart there in the southern part of the Walmart, and there's the tower and there's the wall. And this is kind of an overhead 3D rendering that was done. Obviously, we'll have equipment inside that wall, but this is a rendering of what it would look like from overhead, and just to kind of give a good 3D perspective. And that's it. So I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not sure if you remember last time, but we were very excited, and I'm still very excited about this. I think we all were the first time it came around, but particularly Councilor Eileen, I know, is very happy right now. I'm sure we'll hear from her soon. But I recall Mayor McNally and myself knocking down, we basically for years, and Jody can attest to this, like this area, that what you mentioned is super critical, the capacity versus coverage. Right? We have existing towers and devices up there that are just so overloaded with a lack of capacity that it actually affects us down here, right?
Yeah.
So if you think of it like a network, if this gets filled, it reduces the capacity of the existing towers, which actually eventually rolls over to us and increases our coverage here. So it's a big need. It's been needed a long time. And I don't actually have a question. I just was so happy to say something. Thanks for doing this.
Councilor Ireland, did you have anything?
I have to say thank you. I have so many residents up north where I live that are complained about service. So hopefully this relieves some of the stress, especially those working from home. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Agreed. I'll echo that. You said the map didn't make a big difference. I think it makes a huge difference. I'm really excited about this. I'm kind of hoping that maybe city comms department can create a boomerang of that or something, before, after, before. Let's really advertise and finally get this done.
You'll notice if you're a Verizon carrier, you'll definitely notice, particularly if you're on the interstate.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the areas they get maxed out, and they do.
Yeah, and I'm on that interstate, 4 times a week. So it's great having my calls drop to whomever I'm talking to.
Yeah,
So,
that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, real excited. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, do I have a motion? Oh, I apologize. I skipped over. Do we have anyone signed up for public testimony?
We don't have anybody signed up.
Okay, thank you so much. And now do I have a motion?
I'm sorry, can you close the public hearing first?
Yes, time is 10:45 and we can now close the public hearing. Thank you so much. Councilor Zadi?
I move to approve the third amended preliminary development plan for Interchange Business Center filing number 1.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Ireland. Okay, roll call.
Counselor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Normella.
A hearty yes for my neighborhood, too.
Counselor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
And Counselor Ireland.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you so much. That moves us on to new business. And thank you to both of you for staying as well. We're pretty hardcore over here, so we're up late often. You guys have a great, safe travels. All right, item 11A, first reading of Councilor Bill number 1, waiver of conveyance of non-tributary groundwater requirements for the Pillar of Fire, filing number 1. Do we have a staff presentation? No. Okay. Do we have a motion?
I have mine. Go. I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem? I'm so tired.
I know. I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 1 on first reading to waive the requirement that the subdivider shall convey non-tributary groundwater to the city prior to the subdividing their land. Sorry.
Thank you. A second? Councilor Barajas?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Normella.
Yes.
Counselor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland.
Yes.
And Counselor Johnson.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Excellent. That moves us to item 11B, first reading of Councilor Bills number 3, approving and ratifying a lease agreement with Fit Physical Therapy Professional, LLC, doing business as Physical Therapy and Balance Centers for renewal of lease at City Park Fitness Center. Do I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to pass Councilor's Bill number 3 on first reading, authorizing the city manager to sign a 1-year lease agreement with 2 one-year lease renewal options between the City of Westminster and Fit Physical Therapy Professional, LLC, doing business as Physical Therapy and Balance Centers to operate a physical therapy program at the City Park Fitness Center.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson?
Second.
Excellent. Roll call.
Counselor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
Counselor Azadi.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland.
Yes.
Counselor Johnson.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Normella.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-0 vote.
Thank you. And seeing as we have no old business, we will move us to adjournment. So that concludes the business of our city council meeting. We have one post-meeting presentation, and I missed the chance earlier on in this agenda to say so, but seeing as we only have 6 of our 7 councilors, I suggest that we postpone our post-meeting presentation on boards and commissions if there is agreement from council. Okay. May I have a motion to, do we need a motion to postpone that? No.
I don't think so. It's just a post-meeting discussion since it's not an action item.
Okay, perfect. In that case, we will move that to an upcoming meeting, so we have a full discussion there. And City Attorney, is there reason for executive session?
No, Mayor, now that it was accomplished during the pre-meeting.
We got that done earlier.
I think the agenda has been completed.
Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks if you're still up listening. The time is now 10:50 p.m. and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Have a good night, Councilor Ireland.